Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Lynn Nesbitt, and I'll be chairing today's panel. Joining me on the panel are Linda Schultz and Valerie Werhun. Our administrative personnel is Crystal Harland, and our assessor is Jeremy Pohl. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I'll confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We will hear items 2 through 11 on our docket today. Please note, we will not hear item number 5, 317 Donald Street today. This item has been adjourned to a later date.
May I interrupt for 1 second? There's
course.
a possibility I will be having the authorization before the end of this hearing. I just spoke to the manager of appeals. So I've asked if we could just move it to the end, because it would certainly be nice to not reschedule or adjourn it.
You're referring to item 8, Mr. Neufeld?
317 Donald.
317 Donald. Okay, we'll move it to the end. All right. Ms. Harlan, please affirm the assessor's and applicant's testimony.
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Assessor, would you please state your full name?
Jeremy Ryan Pohl.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Applicant, would you please state your full name?
Rocky Neufeld.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Mr. Pohl and Mr. Neufeld. Before we start off today, I just want to note item number 2, that evidence was submitted late by both parties. Mr. Pohl, do you have an explanation?
We just had talks behind the scenes on a few appeals on this docket, that both the assessor and the agent needed more time to look at it. There was no disagreement to bring forth the proper information, proper context. We just needed a bit extra time.
Thank you. And Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, that is correct. We mutually agreed that that we would try to find a day or two extra to try to resolve it, and before we submit it, our apologies to the board, but I think we were doing a good job of trying to work these out.
Thank you very much for that. We'll just take a really quick recess so the panel can consider our next step with respect to this property.
All right.
Or actually not a recess, we're going to go in camera. My apologies. We're going to go in camera. We're not recessing. Thank you very much. We will hear the evidence submitted by both parties on item number 2, 310 Broadway. So Mr. Pohl, when you are ready, you may begin.
File number is 25486. The roll number is 1209253000. Address is 310 Broadway. The 2025 assessed value is for $7,380,000. We do have a class and liabilities, a class split and liability, obviously, to correspond with that. At 60, it's $3,637,000, and at class 40, it is $3,743,000. Again, taxable and school tax exempt. I believe the appellant checked off both class and liability as far as points of appeal. Internally, I believe it was reviewed that, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Neufeld, that there is no disagreement in class or liability now as it sits. But as we move along forward, I'll just go through the building. There is a high vacancy in the building. I did look in a bit more detail on that. And I'll go through it as we go along. So the property was built in 1970, has a leasable area of approximately 51,144 square feet. It was downtown class C. We look on page 3 are comparables. The down for the general C comps, there's 25 comps, a little over 119,000 square foot of leasable area. We have an average rate of 1332, 1297 for a weighted average and a median of 1250. So pretty tight range. And then if you look at just the ones on Broadway, and then ones also highlighted in yellow, which are the subject property, we have around 30,000 square feet. And again, that's at $13.63, $13 per average, weighted average at $13.17, and median at 13. So roughly it's around 13, a bit north of 13 for class C on Broadway. If you look at the next pages over, we have our workups in place. And our comps are in that range. There is a restaurant comp at 1,400 square feet, a little higher than that, but overall, we have a PGI of 334,448 at 13% for vacancy, gives us a gross effective income of 290,970. Expenses are at 3% non-recoverable, $10 shortfall, gives us a net operating income of 250,625, capped at 7%, which gives $3,580,357. That's for your class T section or 60T or other fully taxable. There's a bit of variance at the bottom. I'll get to that in a moment. As far as what we release from the roll workup is. And on page 5, we have our second income stream, which is our 40S, our exempt, school tax exempt. Again, similar rates. We have PGI $354,042. Same parameters that applied, and 30% for vacancy gives us a effective gross income of $308,017. Expenses at 3% non-recoverable, and shortfall at $10 gives us a net operating income of $262,905. A cap at 7% gives us our value at $3,770,071. You'll see a bit of variance of what the estimated values are at the bottom of the workups. That's merely because there was a bit of review of the property and some premises have changed a little bit, but what we released in the roll was, as you see on cover, on front page, on the front cover page at 300, or sorry, 7,380,000, so. That's what we're fitting here today. As we go along, took a better look at this property, because there was some issues with vacancy. I looked at, generally how it was performing. There was a major anchor tenant that left the building, that left a big hole in the income stream. I reviewed what the income stream was prior, and then what it was as the vacancy was impacting it as it was taking on, and also how should we treat it. And I brought in this order to support what our vacancy rate that we applied to it. So when we look at page 6, we see the income summary. How we get to it. That's just what I just read through on a summary page. Below that, highlighted in yellow, is your NOI review. I reviewed, and the NOI is going back to 2017, just to see how it was performing. So we can see that in 2017, there was, to 2019, there was virtually no vacancy. We had a government lease in place, large anchor tenant. As they left the premise, as they left the building, you see vacancies start to impact the property. And that's reported on all the IDs that I brought in to support, attached to the brief towards the back end of my brief. And below each ID, I highlighted what adjustments I made to the NOIs. Namely, well, I'll get to it in a moment, but as we see, the vacancy issue was real, and it was significant. So how do we treat that? If you look on page, and I apologize, it reads page 2 after page 7. I had a bit of issues with getting the right page numbers on this brief, but the next page over is my revised look at the property. So I'm looking at it similar to what I would do if I go to the municipal board and I'd be handling this appeal at a meeting board. Short version of it here. I go back and look at a number of years and we see what's actually going on, happening on the property. So I reviewed on page, I guess the next page after page 6, looked at the office component. The office component, I have a complete income stream for, that's at 60T. 60T for the retail component. There is retail on the main floor, and I'll get to that in a moment. So we did put that in as well. Same parameters ran, and then for 40S, the no school tax exempt section of the building ran that as well. So my review is the area is appropriate at 51,144. That's what they reported on their INA. So there's a bit of variance there, but as I'm reviewing it, we see that rents that are applied at $13 for office and $15 for retail is consistent with marking and asking rents. We see the 13% is consistent with model, and prior vacancy is nil. There's virtually no vacancy in the building beforehand. Anchor tenant leaving. And then afterwards, obviously, when you have an anchor tenant leave, it leaves a large hole in your ownership, so it is being impacted as we go along. So we do have, after rent supplied, we have an effective growth and vacancy applied. We have a PGI of 675,503, and effective gross income after vacancy at 587,687. Same $10 shortfall and same 3% non-recoverable supply gives us an NOI of 503,570. So that's looking at a little bit more in-depth look. We see that the NOI prior to the vacancy issues for the 3 years reviewed, 16, 17, 18, and 19, we have an average of 513,000 the NOI. So before any vacancies arose, you have your anchor tenant in place. Anchor tenants are great, especially if they're government, they're long-term stable leases, covenants are very strong. The NOI is around 500,000. And then your anchor tenant leaves. When the anchor tenant leaves, leaves a big hole in your income stream. It's greater than market typically is. They are an anchor tenant, and your income streams are impacted. So after that, we cap that 503,570 at 7%, which gives us a 7,194,000 value. I provided the 60 Ts and 40S for your convenience, so you can see if you wanted to make any adjustments to the income streams, they're there for you to review. But after I review, you know, 7,194,000 is reasonable. It's not far off the 7,380,000. So at that point, I think, you know, 700 and I can make a rec for 7,194,000. I think that's appropriate. But I will go into a bit more detail on why I'm not going greater than 13% for vacancy. And I think that's needs to be spoken to because that's a point of issue for this appeal. If we look on page, next page over the Johnson Court review, highlighted, again, everything's highlighted for your convenience. 310 Broadway has this, has a rentable area of 49,574. That's what they're reporting. There is no vacancy in 2019. Then if you look at the next page over, which is your 2020. Again, they're reporting a significant vacancy around 49,000, a little north of 49,000, and they're advertising at 1350. So they got a significant vacancy issue that's rising. Then, if you look at page 20, or the report for the next page over, which is the 2021 report, they're now reporting 19,871 for vacancy. So their vacancy dropped by half, or at least what was offered to market is no longer being offered to market. So right away, that's a pause. Hey, you're not advertising your significant space that you had. It's about half of what it was. Okay. And then if you look at the next page over for your 2022, it's essentially the same number where they're only reporting about 19,871 square feet and listing it at 1350. So you have a pretty good review of what was offered to market. We see that there was high 40,000 square foot offered, and then about half of that following question reference. On the next page over is on page 10. It's a listing from beginning of 2022. You see that it is being listed by Colliers at $13.50 and the series that are associated with it. So from that point, I'll move over to permits that we have. I did a permit check as well, page 12. Typical stuff, nothing stuck out, bit of tenant fit ups, interior alterations. And I'm looking at since 2021, there's 717,000. From those pages on, we have all of the INEs that I put in place. I'll only go over 1 year because it's pretty much repetitive as we go along. But on page 13, we see that the parking rent is highlighted in yellow. There's no parking on site, there's off-site costs, so I'm removing that. On page 14, again, the parking expenses that are in place, I'm removing that as well for 22,792, so small dollar wise. And then on the next page, on page 15, I'm removing tenant improvements, leasing commissions, and mortgage. Obviously, mortgage comes out, our position, and it's been filed up at the municipal board is that tenant improvements and leasing commissions and below line items, things of such nature, shouldn't be used to reduce market value. So I'm removing that as well. And that's how I get to the 494,000 for adjusted NOI for 2017. And you can carry that forward to all the remaining IDs that I put in place for the NOI review. So it is pretty well reviewed. If we look at page, at that point, we're going to go and look at the order that I put on as far as supporting evidence, and that's 330 St. Mary's order. I believe you have that as well. I'll wait for everyone to check.
Yep, go ahead.
This is an order I had. Dealt with it, Collier dealt with it as well for 330 St. Mary's. It's Class B prime unit. And one of the issues here was vacancy. There was a larger vacancy, not quite as large as we have in the center property, but there was still a large vacancy. If you look at, and I'm not going to go through the whole order, but we're just going to highlight the points. If we look at page 10, highlighted in yellow, essentially I applied a market vacancy, 9%. Even though the subject property was experiencing somewhat more at that point. The owner, the agent for the owner wanted a greater vacancy. That was a point of issue as far as it being raised. You can see that on page 13 of the order. So there was a 24.7% vacancy approaching a reference date. The board, you look on the 20. The board made its decision. I'll just read from the decision, which is point 4. The agent calculates a vacancy rate of 11.78% using our arithmetic average of vacancies for the year end of 2012 and 2013.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to object to this. This is immaterial and irrelevant. We're talking about another building. It's got nothing to do with this building. It's rehashing old arguments. Let's just stick to the subject, please.
Mr. Neufeld, he's just talking about methodology, not the building.
No, he's not. He's comparing what we were asking for vacancy in another building. I was personally involved with that as well. And it's got nothing to do with this building. It has nothing to do with the market. They're
Wow.
entirely different entities.
Yeah, I appreciate they are different entities, but I think it says it refers specifically to methodology, not necessarily the building.
I disagree. I was there and I'm making my objection.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pohl, if you could just summarize quickly, please.
Sure. Basically, there was a higher vacancy that was leading up to the reference date for this property, for the municipal order. And what the board found was the methodology overemphasized the vacancy at a single point in time rather than estimating the stabilized vacancy rate for the property of this quality. Post-reference data was not included. So the board basically agreed that market rent at vacancy at 9%, or sorry, market vacancy at 9% was appropriate. So we have basically the same situation here. We're not saying 9%. We're saying the methodology, how you look at chronic vacancy or versus short-term vacancy, or how would you apply it when you see this case here? We see here that this property had no real vacancy for a number of years, had very strong NOI, and then an anchor tenant left. We shouldn't be looking at this property as in a greater vacancy than market because it achieved a lower vacancy than market for a significant amount of time. It's a good quality building by definition. That kind of government occupancy, that kind of strength, the NOI that occurred or the anchor tenant left, has to be some weight put on it. So when I'm looking at it, I think a market vacancy is appropriate. I don't think I should be making it, or should be making any increase in vacancy, given the short amount of time that this property was actually vacant for up to the reference date. One other point that I'll get to, I just want to make it clear, we did receive a sales question, property sales questionnaire for this property. This property did sell.
Is this in your evidence, Mr. Pohl?
No, didn't, but that's leading into the vacancy that occurred. But also why perhaps some of the vacant space hasn't been offered to market. That's where I was getting to the pullback from what was advertised versus the basically halving of what was advertised within a short amount of time. So we did receive a sales questionnaire after I review all things when leading up to the reference date. We did receive a sales questionnaire. I didn't include it today, but I will speak to it. Indicated that there was a sale for $5 million in the property, but there was numerous points to show that what was conveyed on the sales questionnaire, that this was
once again an objection. This has not been entered in evidence. The assessor's providing, in my opinion, hearsay evidence at this point. He was not involved in the transaction. I fully suspect he did not interview the participants involved in the sale, so he should refrain from comments on that matter entirely. He is incorrect as well.
Mr. Pohl, if you could just provide the numbers to us, we'll put appropriate weight on it, but without seeing it, it does make it very difficult for us to consider this.
Sure. Okay. So it indicates that there was a sale for $5 million. Sale date was March 25th, 2021. And that at numerous points that it's not a market sale, there was private conditions, etc.
Again, an objection
And-
is not listed.
Okay,
So again, I did not put any weight to the sale
thank you.
in particular here.
Okay,
I did have to acknowledge that there was actually a transfer.
okay. But then you are not actually bringing the sale into your evidence at all.
No, I'm not putting it.
Okay, so no need to discuss it further then. Okay, thank you. Anything further?
No, with that, I think I've covered all the bases. I think the assessment should be confirmed at, or sorry, as I making a recommendation as a page,
On your page 6, I think, or
page after my page 6. And I provided the breakdowns for the different classes, so.
thank you. And I'll just,
7,194,000.
yes, thank you. I'll just repeat that number just so I have it correct also. This is your revised at a total of 7,194,000. Your 40S component is 3,770,000, and the remainder is 3,423,000.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Sorry, what I didn't catch the class breakdowns on the two values. The 3770 was which class?
At the 40.
They're on the page after my page 6. If you just look, the revised potential market. I provided the boarding yourself, so there's no guesswork. It's right there.
Okay, sorry, let me just see if I've got this. So the 40S, which is school exempt, is 377, and then the 60T was a total of 3.4. Okay, got it.
Yeah, to give the full numbers, the 60T is 3,423,000, and the 40S is 3,770,000.
Thank you. And now I was going to ask questions.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. What's the highest and best use of this building?
Class C office building.
And how much office space is in the building occupied?
It's at the reference date.
Yes.
I believe there was. I'm not exactly sure as far as what's happening internally, but we have approximately 19,000 square feet advertised at the reference date.
I asked the question occupied. And now, as I understand from your numbers, 52% of the space is a school, correct?
Correct.
And
class, 40, yes.
And then the retail portion would be approximately, sorry, I just want to get the number right here. The retail is approximately 427,000.
The area that I reviewed was 2633 square feet on the main floor.
Right. Don't just look at the income, and so that's about 6%. And the office space, the remainder that you list as office space is vacant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So why is this called an office and not a school if the predominant usage is school?
The building itself is a Class C building. There was very little permit work other than typical fit ups, which I reviewed leading up to the reference date. As far as an entity occupying the property that is using it as a school, it's still a Class C office building.
Well, there are lots of buildings that were built for different purposes that have their uses changed. This one's not a school. My question is, why wasn't this classed as a school rather than an office?
The class and liability that was put in place was internally reviewed.
Not the class and liability. I'm talking about the highest and best use. You've got different codings for it. You're calling this
It is not
CFF.
the
It should
school.
be, it
It's
should be,
not a school, it's an office building with a portion of it being occupied by an entity that's operating that qualifies for seminary learning. It's still in a Class C office building. That is, I've answered your question. Do you have a follow-up?
okay, even though there's been no office use in it since Public Works left in 2020, correct?
Yeah, you had a large anchor tenant leave. That's obviously a significant amount of space. This is the remainder use of it.
Now, on your workup, you're applying, it appears to be a rate, and
Which page? Which page?
I just want to make sure I get the right one here.
The revised or the model?
Yeah, I
Okay,
want,
Mr. Newfield will clarify, Mr. Pohl.
yeah, just give me a second here. Okay. What on your revised page 6 then, what is the overall rental rate per square foot? Sorry, you got 3 rates here.
$13 for the office, $15 for the retail component,
Okay,
which is about 50 cents under asking. And somewhat less than what it was performing at prior to government.
okay. And okay, and then the Johnson report, you have a few years in here. It's listed, I guess, fairly consistently at 1350. That is that they're
Yes.
asking. Okay.
1350 right across the years. The only difference is between the years is when in 2019 they don't have any vacancy. The next year they list
Right.
a significant amount of vacant space at 42,746.
So
And then
over
after that, and years after that, it's around 19,000.
Okay, my question was over this period of 4 years, they never changed. The reported asking rate never changed, correct?
No, it's been consistent at 13 and a half.
And who provided that asking rate?
My understanding Colliers is leasing agent.
Do you, no, sorry, just answer what you know to be the fact. Do you know who provided it?
It's being reported on the Johnson report, and I have one listing that.
Okay, that's fine. That's what I was asking. And you had mentioned something in your discussion about that, said it wasn't being advertised. I'm just wondering if you put that into context for me, because I see advertising everywhere in your report.
The total amount at 43,746 is not being advertised throughout the remaining years. It's only being advertised in 2020, and then in 2021, it drops by more than half. So they're no longer advertising that amount of vacant space. They're only advertising 19,871.
Right. And do you know why that happened, or did you have a reason for it?
I was going to ask yourself.
Okay, so my comment here is, you made a comment, you made a statement that was really just unsupported and highly speculative. I'm just wondering why you would have provided a comment without
It's not
knowing.
unsupported. It's supported by the Johnson report, which is based on the advertising of the individual properties in the report. Your subject property here was advertising at 0%.
It was your
for a number of years. Then it
conclusion.
went to 43,476 at 13, and then the next year
asking
dropped to
you-
19,871.
I'm asking you why you made this conclusion without finding out why.
I can't do an internal investigation. Part of this is discovery and cross-examination. I was going to ask you today.
But this is a hearing, Mr. Pohl.
Yes.
So
I'm aware.
we are just trying to get to the facts. So
No, I am, no, let
no,
me.
that's fine. That's fine. I think Mr. Neufeld, could you move on with your questioning, please?
Certainly, I just wanted to just make sure we're not using the hearing as a fishing expedition. On page 15, you discussed the income and expense statement from 2017.
Which page?
I said page 15.
50.
Now, at this point in time, the site was occupied by Public Works, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you made the statement that the rest of these are pretty much the same. So I'm just going to ask you to go to the one closest to the subject year, which the conclusion, I believe, is written on page 33. That's not the same income. That's not the same as what's similar to what was presented before. What is it?
I said the treatment of each individual income and expense questionnaires is pretty much the same. I'm not going to read through each and every single one. I have a summary on my page.
You are reading.
On my page 6, I explained to the board that there was a large vacancy which occurred. It was very clear. And I went through the income expense questionnaire to highlight how I'm treating it.
Well, why
And I
would you?
explained the vacancy is
why
different.
would you
It's literally
discuss-
highlighted in yellow on my page 6.
No. Why would you discuss to the board verbally about a good year? Yet we have to reassess every 2 years, and the year in question was a disaster. Why wouldn't you have pointed out the disaster that it was? What was the NOI in 2021? Was it not negative 239,000?
Mr. Neufeld, on my page 6, I've highlighted it in yellow and red for the negatives. I couldn't be any more clear to the panel, both verbally and numerically.
Well, first of all, I'm asking the question because I do disagree with you, and I'm asking you why you were trying to mislead your verbal testimony to this board. It is a basket case, negative 239,000. Is that not correct? Page 33, the year closest to.
Madam Chair, I'd like a point of order on
Okay,
this.
we can see that it's negative 239.
Okay,
We don't need to, we're getting the picture quite clearly that it was, in your words, Mr. Neufeld, a basket case.
and I apologize. It's supposed to be page 38, and it's negative 351,000.
Okay, so one more year, it's even worse.
Okay, good.
That's your point, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. We see that it's still a negative,
Okay.
a bigger negative.
A bigger negative, yes. Okay. I really think that was all yes, there was one other question. Does not the department have a methodology of dealing with properties that are undergoing a change in use?
The question I've got kind of broad.
Okay, well, do you not have a methodology for evaluation of educational buildings?
If you're asking me if there's school buildings, yeah.
Okay, that's it. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Werhun?
None at this time, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Pohl, we have seen from the evidence that you've brought that the vacancy was quite significant, and it began in 2021, 2020. What year?
You really should look on page 6. I look at it as, when does the vacancy impact the net operating income? When does it become in effect? Because it depends, how phasing out of a tenant.
All things being equal, though,
2020 is when it started.
the tenant left in 2020, the anchor tenant.
Yeah, the impact of it's being felt in 2020. The NOI drops from 534,000 to approximately 286,000, and then in 2021 and 2022 it's negative. So,
So essentially, this assessment cycle and the previous assessment cycle.
Yeah, if you look at that.
Like 2017 would have been even one further back, right? When things were pretty good.
Yeah.
So 2017, 18, that would have been 2 cycles ago, right? Just asking. I just
Yeah,
need
no,
clarification.
well, like I said, like if I'm going to the municipal board, I'm reviewing the last 5 years of property. I'm stabilizing the last 3. If there's a, such as we see here today, a vacancy issue, I'm looking back 10 years. I'm looking back to see what the, is that a chronic vacancy issue? Is there barrier to market tenants? Is it something preventing tenancy from occupying, which would be warranted of chronic vacancy at 20% or greater, depending on what's going on. I don't see that here. I see a full building, well-performing building, and they had a government anchor tenant. When a government anchor tenant leaves, it leaves a very big hole. But over that span of time that they're fully leased, typically very long-term leases, it's doing well. But we're looking at this as a fee simple unencumbered by lease approach. So I look at it for both what was actually happening within the building, what was currently happening, what the market's doing, and for what I can tell, any property owner expecting to purchase this building should be able to achieve around a $500,000 NOI. But there is a period of vacancy here that would need to be put back on the market and absorbed back. So I think the vacancy at 13% is warranted. It's at market, similar to how the board treated it for 330 St. Mary's. Not the highest vacancy, a little different, but same treatment.
Same methodology.
Same methodology, yeah, if you want to look in those terms, yeah.
Okay. And everything else is model, your expenses, your shortfall.
Everything that was in the original model is model. All the parameters that I have on the revised is model except for the rent. The rent
And your cap rate, is it also?
cap rate is model as well.
So you didn't make any adjustments to that at all, thinking about this maybe extraordinary vacancy issue?
Vacancy at 13% is high. At 15%, I usually don't give more than that. If I'm making a recommendation or whatnot at unusual circumstances. Once you go above that, what you're really saying is there's something wrong with the income stream that you're potentially purchasing. You need to prove that income stream, or you can change that income stream. That's getting a little off of what I see here. There's no need to change the use of the building. There's no need to change format within the building. It's just a building that experienced an anchor tenant leave. Again, the check is, in my mind's eye, greater than 15%. Getting to 20% for chronic is there a barrier to market? Was there past issues in the last number, 10 years or so? Look at it. Was there a significant vacancy that's some preventing functional obsolescence and preventing market from coming in? And as you can see, a fully occupied building, there was, by definition, that was done. So I think at 13%, it's markets, and I think it should be applied the same way. Be more treated through the areas.
And on your capitalization rate, page 13 of your evidence, this is considered, well, there is no OFCs on here, right?
No, we don't. Or Cs or Ds, no.
And so this chart really doesn't help us much in terms of a range.
We don't provide any direct evidence for cap rates, and as far as providing chart for office properties, it stops at B.
Do you know if there is a range? What is the range?
It depends on what the makeup of the building is. It's modeled, like looking at the age, looking at the size, like the location. I can't really get into.
Okay. So this, we can't look at this chart and it doesn't really inform us in any way, correct?
Not on the Cs, no.
Okay. I have no other questions. So Mr. Neufeld, please.
Thank you. The subject property, believe it or not, I first inspected this in 1976, and I've been representing them since 2003. What I am going to tell you is not hearsay, it's all firsthand. So Public Works Government Services Canada occupied most of the space, and it was the Federal Justice Department. They gave their notice in early 2019 that they were vacating. Then a few months after that, they asked for an extension because their new space wasn't ready yet. And that explains why the financial impact got delayed a year, because there was still going to be rent coming in. Now, but the point is that the owner knew he was vacating, and he began to market the property. The only two respondents to the advertising for sale were two educational institutions, one of which needed a very long due diligence period, and the other one was prepared to purchase immediately, and that is the current owner. It's a Sundance College. The principals are the Van Eiderstein brothers. The vendor is Paul Ash, Beaufort Investments. They are not related at all. Mr. Ash was represented by Colliers, and so it was a arm's length transaction of a building that was known to be troubled. The college had planned to using a great deal of the space, but then, of course, March 2020, COVID, and then they were in the building at that time, and they could not end up using the space for a few years. But of course, they also attempted to market the space they did not plan to use. They settled on using 4 floors, and the predominant use of the building is education. They have one interested party potentially today, which is another educational institution, but that hasn't materialized. This is symptomatic of the Winnipeg office market. It was always in decline, and COVID made it worse. And you'll see in our workup that we're quoting a number of building sales. When this happens, the principle to consider is the highest and best use, not some model. The highest and best use determines the valuation. It is no longer an office building. It is an institutional building, predominantly education, and it has to be valued on that basis. These buildings get transacted on a different rate, not their income. And I'm saying this because I've been an accredited appraiser for over 20 years. And this is my business and my training, my background, my knowledge base. The model is entirely inappropriate for this. But this is what the assessment department is stuck with, but it does not represent the world, the real world. The building has been advertised, the excess space, for quite some time. And as I said, in the time that Colliers has been listing it, which is actually since as far back as 2008, but beginning after Public Works vacated until now, they really only had the single interested tenant, which happened, I found out a week ago. Not pertinent to our valuation today, but it is pertinent to saying that the market is not interested in this property. Now, we also have to think about the Municipal Assessment Act, which states that we have to reassess every 2 years because markets change. The office market changed, and we can't. The assessment department seems to be stubbornly clinging on to the belief that we can ignore that. This is permanent, and you'll see in the evidence the examples that we're discussing. Now, the workup done on page 1 is a bit more of a hypothetical workup, and it's based on what Public Works was actually paying prior to their vacancy, which was $11.19 a square foot. And the vacancy was based on at that time when they vacated, there was 11,800 square feet vacant in the building, and that was applied. So this is a picture of a before, and the cap applied was a pessimistic rate because things were not looking good, and true to life, they we're not good. This is a before shot. This is not the number we're asking for. We're looking for the after number. And the after number is, because of the change in highest and best use, is demonstrated on our sales on page 4. These are buildings that all underwent a change in use as well. So the top one, 433 Main, was the top floors went residential. 175 Carlton, residential. 325 Broadway is going from the tax center to a hotel. 225 Vaughan is, I'm just trying to remember this was office, I believe, going residential. 171 Donald was an office with a credit union on the main floor, which was purchased for residential. And
What page are you on? Page 8?
Page
I'm-
4.
page 4.
All right.
So this is the yardstick upon which the buildings should be judged, is the change in use. Because when you do a change in use, the former revenue stream was not the basis for purchase. What's the basis for purchase is what's it worth for me for my change in use. The top number is $100 a square foot. And this building, by the way, 171 Donald, is half a block away, and it has outside parking. Now you could argue it's older, but we manage. I'm very intimate with all of these built. That's the wrong word. I'm very familiar with all of these buildings, and Donald actually had an advantage in that conversion was an easier prospect, whereas the Broadway, our subject property, is not. And there are some issues with the Broadway site. That the floor plate is rather small, and it's not a prospect for residential conversion because it was looked at. Whereas 171 Donald was. So that our final number is $100 a square foot, $5,114,400.
So you're making a change to your request?
It's not really, well, sorry, this is the way it should have been presented.
Oh, I see.
I didn't do the workup on it, but I knew where we were going with it. 5,144,400, which is $100 per square foot.
So that's your new number.
Yes, and that coincides with the sale price, which was an arm's length transaction. And should by any chance there be a change in the use, maybe then the assessment department in 2 years' time has that opportunity to make that change. And I see that the buildings are again repeated on page 8, and there are many more buildings that we could have brought up for discussion on it, but now on page 11 is the associated parking lot. It's assessed separately, and there is of course, the highest and best use of a parking lot is always going to be parking lot. So but this did not impact the building itself because it is separately titled and would likely survive on its own parking income. Just something to point out to the board. And I think the rest of this was just like a lot of boilerplate we put in here. Except on page 48, there are a few more sales now. You can see that we've given a bit more detail on 325 Broadway. 125 Gary was for sale at this time, and it has not sold yet. 11 million was the ask for 105,000 square feet. The numbers dropped for ask, and 175 Carlton is shown there as well, and 171 Donald, and the bottom of page 49 was another one to point out. Now we have this sale as being quarter one, not sale, this transaction, quarter one, 2023. That's when the deal was made. The news story came out in 2024. Sorry, I apologize here. There were two parts to this. Quarter one, 2023, they had a potential purchaser willing to pay $50 a square foot. Now, the problem with this building is that its NOI was about negative $400,000. The offer, the person who made the offer withdrew it because they thought $50 was too high. It later was donated to the Métis Federation for $1. Now that is post-reference, but the $50 offer is within the reference period. And these numbers were obtained because we are representing the transactions. This is just a picture of the marketplace. And you know, as this relates to market value, well, things change. Just because you've got an office today, doesn't mean anything. When external factors happen, the work at home began before this was work at home before COVID, and COVID accelerated it. But there's also the lack of focus on being downtown Winnipeg. And the big factor was the provincial and federal government who were downsizing their operations. So as an example, 215 Gary, they downsized in half. You saw 310 Broadway, they actually amalgamated with another agency in smaller space. That was the subject property. This is a picture of the market in downtown Winnipeg. As a matter of fact, the only area of our city that is showing strength is Southwest, and that's by owner occupants. So I think that the sale price is the strongest evidence. It was exposed to the market. All the requirements for a market transaction are there. It was exposed. Owner was acting in his own best interest and was well informed. Purchaser acting in his own best interest and well informed. The payment was made in cash or the equivalent. There was no creative financing in it, and but there was a change in use. The one last point to make, there was a great deal of confusion on this assessment, and the reason we're hearing a 2025 value here is that when we had the exemption processed for the educational component, we had the property under appeal for the 2024 we filed appeal in 24 for 25 at the municipal board, and while that was happening, the city finally got around to updating our exemption ratio and issued a supplemental and decreased the value, and of course it killed our appeal. And they had decreased it. The numbers are relevant, but I think it was about 7.1 million. And we complained and said, you can't change the value based on a change in exemption because you've got, all we're doing is changing the ratio. And they changed it back, put the value back where it was, and then we filed the appeal. So again, we're I guess we see this as being we're in for the long run. We know what the value is here, and the assessment department is completely out of touch. This is just not relevant. To hear statements like it's well performing, so I'm going, well performing. 5 years of losing money. No, I don't think so. And that's my summation and my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Poole, questions?
Yeah, and I apologize if this sounds a bit choppy as questions, but I've just heard the evidence presented, so now I have some follow-ups that I wasn't expected to ask. First question. You stated that you didn't do the workup for $3,806,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so next vein of question, you also stated that it's sold for 5 million and now you're asking for it based on direct sale comparisons of other properties that are a change of use, but mainly based on what the actual sale price was for.
I want to make sure I say this properly. The sale price represented a value for change in use. They are one and the same.
So my questioning for you is, are you not using the income approach anymore? You're putting no weight to your own income approach at 3.8 million? Or are you using a direct sale comparison approach?
The income approach demonstrates the value in as of the immediately before Public Works Government Services vacated.
Okay.
And that's what that was 2 cycles ago.
Let's just quickly touch on the income approach then, if you're putting weight on it, that's why I'm asking. Can you point to your comparables that based the $11.19 are based on?
The 1119, as I mentioned, was the actual rate paid by Public Works for their space on the date of vacancy, and it was the number. You remember, as I stated earlier, that they got an extension in 2019 that it went to 2020. So that was the number that the extension was at.
Let me rephrase that. Can you turn to your market comparables that support $11.19?
Well, I think one of the most interesting ones is this property we may not hear today, or may on page 6. And this was a building that was a 317 Donald that was built for a specific user. And the only tenant paying a really stupid rent is the Winnipeg Civic Employees Pension Plan at $815.50. The last rent, which is in the reference period, was at $850.
Who's the tenant?
The tenant in that is, I don't have that at my fingertips, but
Okay.
it was offered on the market for, I believe, 4 years, first by us, and then finally closed by another broker. And it's likely in the evidence for 317 if we ever get around to hearing it.
Can you turn to your page 8?
And I'm just finishing your question. I was just looking to see. Other than that, I mean, we had the other example. We were looking at 230 Portage, which ended up, that was the credit union rate at $11.99, but that's sold, and that'll have, it's still going to remain an office style, but that was another one.
Can you turn to your page 8?
Yep.
I believe these are the only real comparables you have in your brief.
Sorry, you're making a statement here that is not correct. I just pointed out too.
Are you basing your workup for the 3.8 million on any of the comparables listed on page 8?
No, these are rents of institutions and charities, and this is to illustrate that they occupy a different part of the market. They are not office, just like our subject is not office. That is the point I'm making.
Okay.
I did not get into it to discuss it because, we do have time limitations, but that was the purpose of this.
The 1119 is based on the contractual leasing of the former government tenant, which would pretty much occupied almost the entire building, correct?
No, they had 5 floors, I think, and that was their holdover rate.
Yeah, it was about 39,000 or so square feet.
Yeah, I'd have to double check that, but they had expanded because originally they were on 3 floors, and then they moved into more, and they had some changes over the years.
Is the holdover rate greater than the actual lease that was in place prior to it?
It was holdover rate slightly higher. This was a gross rate, so we had to calculate it out from the statements. And the one prior was the last cycle prior to this. I think we worked it out to about 970. I'm just going from memory, and the holdover rate was slightly higher, and the parties agreed to it.
While the tenancy was in place, if you use the contractual rate of whether it's the holdover rate or the former rate before the holder rate impacted it, why would you not then take what the net income was from that lease and apply it to your NOI? it would account for vacancy, it would account for costs, everything would be added up. Why would you only specifically take the 1119 and then apply a vacancy of 2160?
Well, this
Still considering
represented the
in
property,
place.
the prior to sale position of it. Now, at the time, we also had other tenants, and one was the coffee shop on the corner, and that went through 3 tenants and a lot of defaults. And even though the face rate was higher, the performance was low. So the discussion we had on it was it made more sense just to use the predominant rate on the building. The main floor could have was drawing a face rates about a few dollars higher, but not. But like I said, after vacancy loss was actually performing worse, and so I don't understand your question as to methodology. This is sound work, not the way you do it, but it's the way the market does it.
Moving on to my next question, you had an objection for me speaking about the sale on the sales questionnaire, and you objected. On my page 6, I have the sale listed in red at 5 million, March 2021. Yet in your evidence, you gave commentary on the sale. Can you turn to any page in your brief that actually has evidence of it in your brief?
I was referring to your sale, and my objection was that you had no background for it because you don't interview people, you don't look into things, you read from a questionnaire, and you think it's gospel, and I find that offensive.
Okay,
I personally know these people, and I had the opportunity to speak to them, and it's not hearsay. And I'm verbally relating the details of the sale.
Okay, let's move on from that line of questioning, Mr. Pohl. We don't need to.
Well, no,
Let's just focus on the information that will help us make a decision.
Sure, and that's where I'm getting to the point. What was the purchase intended for? I see a large vacancy, a purchase, and then a clawback of amount of available space within the building. Did the purchaser intend to occupy a significant amount of space within this building at point of purchase?
At the time of purchase, they had hoped to occupy most all of the space and didn't have an actual defined space usage. But they moved in prior to COVID, and I was in the building at the time, and they couldn't use it. So they had some, they actually improved their distance education program, and therefore needed a bit less space. And then when COVID was over, they actually had retracted to 3 floors. And then when COVID was over, they went back to the 4th floor. So they went 4, and that was the reason for the latest change in the exemption. Their plans were like the rest of the world, were interrupted by an outside force majeure, and so they were in flux.
Okay, so they intended to occupy the majority of the space that was vacated by the anchor tenant. For whatever reason, it didn't work out quite that way. That correlates with the amount of available space listed in the Johnson report, and then pulled back, meaning they were only at 19,000 square feet or so, a little above that, advertised. Would that not be an indicator that that wasn't offered to marketplace?
Well, sorry, let me just get to this.
It's
First
not
of all,
truly vacant. There was commitments there by the owner to occupy that space for themselves.
no, as I said, I'm sort of getting the impression that you think that this is a set policy issue. That's not real estate. Real estate, you have to deal with the changes that happen. And the Johnson report, incidentally, that information is collected by Wayne Johnson, and where appropriate, it's verified. But there's a. I just wanted to check one thing here. I haven't spoken to him to ask him about his source on this. So I don't know for sure, 100% for sure, but this listing, for example, if you look at your page 6, that's the 2019 listing, and they say 49,000. Now this was when Mr. Ash recognized that he was going to lose Public Works, and then he made it known to agents that the whole space was available. This I know for certain. Now, after the next one, which is in 2020, Public Works had exercised their option, or not their option, and had requested a holdover, and so it was still expected to be fully vacant. Then the next one would have been at the point of ownership for Sundance College, and when they had decided that some space would be available, they weren't sure. They were testing the market, and again, as you see on your brochure that you presented, they hired us to test the market in 2022, because they were in a state of flux. So again, this isn't something that you're just going to expect is going to be follow some sort of rigorous idea or in someone's head that real estate works that way. This is very, very typical. Things change. I'm giving you the reasons for the change, and they are what they are. But
At point of purchase, the 5 million, was the property purchased for its net operating income?
no,
At point of purchase, was this property a non-shared open market transaction?
I have to check something on this because I'm not 100% sure. I believe it was considered at the beginning to be a non-share, and then they redid the deal to make it a title sale. But I'm only going from memory here.
Was there any special or unusual conditions associated with the sale?
None.
Was there any other real estate associated with the sale?
Yes, the parking lot on Hargrave.
Was there a vendor lease back for all or portion of the building?
Vendor. Oh, Paul kept his office in there for a short time period. I think he had a few hundred square feet. Beaufort Investments would be the tenant, and that was just to give him time to set up in another building. But it was really inconsequential.
And at the point of purchase, the property was an office building. Vacancy.
No, I don't think that's a fair comment to state that it was a building that was deemed suitable for the purchaser's school. That's why they bought it.
Is it listed on the Johnson report as a Class C building?
Johnson, I'd have to think about that for a second here.
Yeah.
I think we've got it as a D in our office because of the floor plate and other issues. I don't know what Mr. Johnson put it at. I think it's probably in the summary pages here. Oh, I see. Okay, no, it's all clipped off here.
So before the ownership purchased the building and had a different idea for it, there was never an aspect of the seminary learning in place in this building, correct?
Just one sec. I'm still dealing with your last question. Yeah, Johnson have it classified as a C. It's appears to be clipped off. I don't see it in yours.
And what was your next question, Mr. Poole?
Was there, before the point of purchase, ever a seminary learning in place in this building? Or as you would phrase it, a school?
I don't believe so.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Poole. Ms. Werhan, questions?
Some have been answered, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Schultz?
Um, just want to clarify, so your page one, you've got the amount at 3,806,000, but you're revising that to 5,144,000?
I'm revising it for you to that. I think within the office, we'd always had the number. I don't want
Okay.
to say we made a change. I'm quite often change the number.
Yes. But
we
that
were
is that
always-
based on
Yeah.
the entire, not like splitting it between the 60T and the 40S?
No, yes, exactly. What we did, we put no weight whatsoever on the split idea because
Okay.
the vendor was a seminary of learning, and at time of and that was their intent. And in from the beginning, Public Works Council, at least until today, those 6 years, there's never been any interest in the building other than for an institutional use like this.
Okay. And then just if you can comment on your cap rate at 9%.
I think this was it says 10% below. I think we were just putting in to illustrate what it was worth before the sale, and very little weight on it. The issue here is that when Mr. Ash was dealt with the loss of the major tenant, this was the hope for what he thinks it might be possible to get. And as it turned out, the educational group showed up and did offer something above what the income would show. No weight on it, in my opinion.
Okay, so the 5,144,000 then, do you have any revised numbers as far as your NOI or your?
No, we're absolutely not going to rely on the income approach. It's not,
Okay.
we don't think it's appropriate.
Okay, all right, no further questions, thank you.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Neufeld, I have 2 different numbers for your.
Okay.
And I'm sorry about that, but Ms. Schultz just said a different number than what I had recorded, so I better figure this out. Based on, and I think you have it, 51,144 square feet. You said at $100 a square foot, that comes to 5,114,000, not 144.
Oh, yes.
So can you just clarify the number
No,
that
I'm
you've presented?
Yes, one of us removed a 1. 5,114,400.
Okay, and then my next follow-up question to Ms. Schultz was with respect to the class and liability split for this number. So is this your contention that the entirety of this 500 and 114 is class 60 or class 40S, or is there a split?
The original workup on the value on the class and liability was done by Mr. Mercury with somebody from the city, and this was their final analysis to just make it 50-50. We're fine with that. It's simple, and sometimes simple is better. I don't think there's any merit to trying to go pick out little details, and the building is floors, and each floor is really poor candidate for demising. So you're not going to chop off little offices with that puny floor plate that it has. So if Sundance next year says we're expanding to the 5 floors, then we'll make application to go 5 out of the 8 floors, and just be very simple about it.
So just a question for you then. Schools, and this is a seminary of learning exemption. I understand that, but I'm just using schools in the broad sense. Are they assessed on an income approach to value or on a sales approach?
No, they're generally, the city generally does the cost approach. In private practice, we generally use the sales comparison approach because there's a fairly active market for these sales. The best answer I have for you is, Winnipeg's had a lot of sales of apartment blocks for refurbishment. They always get sold on a value per unit, which is a direct comparison rather than the income approach, and that is the same concept we're following. The cost approach was that the city uses. The flaws in it are the big one is, how did it get to the position it's in as built as an office and transferred? That's called obsolescence, and economic and functional. And their model doesn't even consider either. It just does physical depreciation. You're going to make me talk about this all day.
I don't want you to talk about it all day. We have a full docket.
I know. I've been doing specialty properties across the country, and we're doing a lot of cost approach, and we work very hard at these obsolescence depreciations. But I suppose the short answer, they do cost.
Okay, and a follow-up to Mr. Pohl. Mr. Pohl, there are some circumstances where there are seminaries of learning in an office building, and a portion is granted an exemption of some kind. Can you, in a very short way, describe to me, is that done on a cost approach or an income approach?
I haven't reviewed one in my entire career that's done on anything but the income approach. Costs are usually school buildings, such as provincial building, big stuff, schools, colleges, universities, things of that nature. When you are a tenant who occupies a space that qualifies for seminary learning, you're still in an office building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That answers my question, and I have no other questions. So, Mr. Pohl, would you like a summation on this property?
Yes, I would. First, I'm going to touch on the penalties.
We can keep it brief, please.
Yeah,
and no new evidence. No new evidence.
For what I saw, it was a shift. The appellant indicated that they did not prepare the 3.8 million workup, and then stepped away from it to go to a $5,114,000 based on the direct sale comparables. I don't believe the income approach that they presented was credible or reliable. I don't believe that the sales were properly reviewed to use it, the 100 square foot approach. We didn't see any real evidence on that. We saw that the entire brief, there's not one comment on the actual purchase of the property. The appraiser is an appraiser, and within 3 years, they're required to review that sale. It's not in here. So at that point, I don't think anything should be relied upon on the agent's brief. I'll speak to my own. I did review it in full. I'm treating it as an office. The class of liability was already determined as far as in return the reviews. There's no element of contention there. I did review the property in full, both on an unencumbered fee simple unencumbered by lease and also contractual leasehold analysis. We see that there is primarily a large anchor tenant, government tenant that left, and we have an increasing amount of vacancy to a higher degree of vacancy. Part of what was reviewed was determined what the actual use of the building was triggered by the sale. We see that there was a large vacancy, and then half of that within 1 year was gone. So it looked like all aspects, including the evidence that was reviewed here today. The part of that is discovery. I gotta ask questions. We see where we go from there. It does look like the owner had some degree of use of that space, so it wasn't offered to market. So that would again mitigate vacancy further downward. Whether that was materialized or whether that something changed, it does look from the Johnson report that there was around 90,000 square feet of the building offered to market and at any given time after the initial 47,000 square feet was posted. So I do believe that this is an appropriate way of looking at it. I did look at it on site specific. I do think we should treat the vacancy, which is the major contention that I can see, as what the municipal board did with 330 St. Mary's. You're looking at a methodology, you're looking at a well-performing building, and then all of a sudden a name tenant leaves. There's no real barrier to market. There is no functional obsolescence. We have a proven track record of the property. Simply building that is lost an anchor tenant. So I think they covered how you should treat it. They treated it, put it back to market vacancy, even though there's a higher vacancy occurring in that point in time. So I do believe that even though I think on my page, and I apologize if I didn't speak to it, there was a confirmation on page 41 of the value assessed at $7,380,000 for the 2000 for the original hearing, I should say, with a different assessor. I do believe that my recommendation should be accepted by the board at $7,194,000 with appropriate breakups for the class and liability, which has already been reviewed and approved. So I have that on my page 7. It's there for you to review, and that's.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. Mr. Neufeld, summation.
Yes, thank you. Now, sorry, a clarification on the last answer, because I just remembered a job I did on the cost approach, and what you would do for a different portion, you could use different levels of depreciation if one portion is better than the other, to apply it to where you're going to do the cost approach. It's really immaterial to what we're talking about here, but this issue about my evidence, whether I brought up the sale, the reason this evidence is late is because Ayrton and Mr. Pohl were deep in discussion on this. Our positions were exchanged. We were trying to work something out. And I'm not going to quote numbers because that's without prejudice. And they were fully aware of it. We were fully aware that they were going to present the sale. There's no need for us to duplicate the information. We're basing this on their evidence, not ours, on regard to the sale. They knew about it. And that's the bothersome part about this whole thing. They have a model that says 7 million. They have a sale that says 5 million. There's something wrong. That's simple. And I'm telling you what's wrong is that there's a change in use. It no longer is a good functioning office building. And we brought you 6 examples, 3 within a block of this property who are all facing the same problem. We would accept the highest value of those 3 sales, but note that the one across the street, which has parking indoor and outdoor, sold for and is newer, sold for considerably less per square foot. I know you're used to hearing the income approach, but there's a little bit too much in the taxation and in revision that is a single track. Things changed in the marketplace, and boards and assessors must keep up with it. In this case, it's the collapse. Collapse is a good word. The downtown office market, and this is what's left. You can't artificially assume values are going to be there, because then you artificially have to assume there's going to be tenants. The assessment is based on assumptions that we're going to go back and you're going to do it. Even if those assumptions are correct, you can reassess it in 2 years. So that's what's so annoying about this. This is a very fair number. Thank you very much for your patience on this.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. That will conclude item number 2. Okay.
Madam Chair, may we take a short break?
Yes, let's break. What would you suggest, Ms. Harlan? 5 minutes, 10 minutes max?
5 is fine for me.
Okay, I'm just looking at our heavy docket, people, so we have many to get through today. We can't spend this much time on the rest of them, or else we're not going to get through our docket, which we all want to do. So let's recess for 5 minutes, please. Thank you very much. I'd like to call our meeting back to order. Before we begin, I just want to encourage both the assessor and the applicant to keep their presentations as succinct as possible so we can get through our agenda. Of course, if there's issues that need to be raised, they need to be raised, and that's important. So I don't want to cut anybody off, but just to make sure we are dealing with things as efficiently as possible. So with that, I'd like to move on to item number 3. This is file number 25-276, 218 Osborne Street. Mr. Pohl, when you're ready, please.
This one's a lot simpler. Roll number is 1202123900. 2026 assessments for $1,812,000. We have effective year built of 1950 on the property. We have a leasable area of approximately 19,540. We don't have any parking. If we go to page 8 of my report, shows where the subject property is located on Osborne Intersection Confusion Corner. We see it, or what's Confusion Corner is, page 9 shows the frontage of the property, and page 10 shows the rear side view of the property. On page 11 shows a listing, $33 gross. It is a gross treated building. On the next page 12 is the subject property 2022 expense information. And as such, you can see that it is a gross building, gross rents. On page 15 is their financial statement. I've removed some of the costs. There's an associated parking lot. It's off-roll. I removed the cost for that parking. If you look on the next page 17 or 16, I've removed the cost of the tax appeals. That's not typically a recurring cost related to the physical operations of the building. That's an elected choice to appeal. So I don't view that as a cost that's inclusive. That should be used to reduce the NOI. We remove the asset management fee. Again, we have this forward orders literature that speaks to the asset management fees. And then of course leasing commissions and tenant improvements, which we also don't include, and mortgage payment obviously that come out. So for adjusted NOI, we have adjusted NOI of $265,196. That's what the building performing at. And one quick thing here. Bear with me. That's it. Okay, so we'll get on to what our model and parameters were. We look on page. Sorry, we'll start on page 3 of comparables. Our comparables are simply our class D. We have in and around mainly downtown, because that's mostly where they're located. But this one's just off downtown, Confusion Corner. So we have 41 comparables for 184,000 square feet approximately. Our average rent is $12.05. Our weighted average is $13.50, and our median is $13.50 as well. When you look at the next page over, breakings of income, parameters that we put onto the building. Excuse me, for 19,540 square feet, we have an average rent of $10.12, which produces a PGI of $197,879. Vacancy at 14% modeled. Produces effective gross income of $170,176. Our expenses at 3% non-recoverable. Shortfall at $8 gives us a net operating income of $143,186. Capped at 7.9%, again modeled, gives us our $1,812,000 assessed value. And again, of note, the net operating income can indicate from the financial statement that they sent to us was $265,000 approximately, adjusted with the with the items that I discussed removed from that. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Poole. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes, we're not going to get into the income much. They're rather similar, but there was a question I wanted to ask on your page. So I was just looking for the statement page. There we go, page 16.
Yeah.
And you said that you don't want to recognize a tax appeal fee as an expense because it's elective, correct?
You're typically, and again, the tax appeals, whether you choose to file one or not, whether the market itself chooses to file one, it's usually not. I mean, there's no relation to the actual physical operation on the building.
Was that particular tax appeal successful in obtaining a reduction?
I'm not commenting on that.
Do you know?
No, I'm not including that. They're simply reporting a line item that I would like not to choose.
Okay, sorry, I just asked the question. Do you know if it was successful that year or not?
No, I did not look into it.
Okay, so if it had been successful and they paid a fee for it, what did you adjust the taxes back up to what they were before the appeal?
Again, I did not incorporate that into my review.
Well, you only covered one side of that equation, correct?
I don't know what the private discussions as far as what the fee is charged from one tax agent to another, what the correlation would be, whether they go back and take that cost savings and simply pocket it as an owner or give it back to the tenants. That's private matter. I'm not going to bring it to appeal.
Okay, so you made an adjustment without knowing anything. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm telling you that's not related to the physical operation on site.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
It's not related to the operations on site as far as your day-to-day expenses for the
And
building.
what's your authority on that? What are you quoting from?
Mr. Neufeld, I've given my position when you agree.
You
with
said
me.
it's not an expense. What is your authority on it? Is this just
It's just common rationale. If one owner appealed 1 year and then the next year, the next cycle, the owner did not appeal, is that
Are you? But
cost?
do you have an authority on this? A textbook?
No, I'm not bringing that in. I made a comment. I'd like a point of order.
Okay, Mr. Poole has just said that he's used his common sense. So
Okay.
whether or not you agree with that, that's okay.
No, I just wanted to clarify he
Okay.
had no authority on it. That's all.
I would note that it's about $4,000.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, and it's offensive, really, but you know, that's I'll move on.
Okay.
And at the on the statement, okay, back to page 1. Effective age of 1950. It was built in 1914. What were the changes that were done to the property that changed the effective age?
I did not research back to 1914 for this level of appeal. I would not do that. I'm taking the 1950 as far as you see a 1950 effective age, you know, the remaining economic life is around 60 years on any given building. At a 1950 effective age, you're basically at the lowest end that you would continue forward. So I'm
just asking if you knew what changes were there. Was
no,
the
I did
foundation
research back to 1914, go through all the permits to come up to
So the answer is no, he doesn't know.
okay? Are you aware of the 5 elements that go into determining the changes in structures? Just a yes or no.
I'm not going to get into answering that question, Madam Chair. Can I please make a point of order? I didn't go over the effective year. At 1950, there's no reason to. We have a 2026 level of appeal. We're basically having it at the lowest end of the rating. It's an effective remaining economic life on the very lower end.
Mr. Poole, I don't think it's unreasonable to know what sort of changes have been made to the building to raise its effective age, since it is in your brief as,
Okay, I
so
apologize.
if you don't have it, you can just simply say, I am not aware, and that's an okay answer,
I
but
tried
it
to-
answers the question.
I'm not aware. I didn't look into it.
Okay.
Would the model have generated a different value if the age of 1914 was applied in the valuation?
I'd have to rerun the numbers. Most likely it'd be negligible. Your remaining economic life is at its lower limit.
Do you know what it would be?
I can't comment on that.
He doesn't know. Okay.
Okay, it's just a big difference between I think it'd be negligible and I don't know. I'm going to page 4, was this all evaluation all done by the model? Page 4 and 5?
Yes,
Okay. Did you review the actual vacancy at all? I'm just looking at the mailer here, and I would agree with you if it was hard to read, but did you have any idea of the historical vacancy issues here?
I didn't review the historical vacancy. I didn't go back 10 years. There was no need for it. I reviewed what they have on file at the reference date. There has been no indication that there was a significant vacancy here. So
And did you supply any cap rates of 1914 retail buildings for their consideration?
no, I did not.
Is your sole evidence before the board for cap rates on page 7?
That is the capitalization rate table supplied by the department. Yes,
So this is your sole evidence then?
yes.
Okay. And where you quote outside sources, Colliers, CBRE, Cushman and Wakefield, did you inquire to whether or not any of them canvassed 1914 multi-story retail buildings in their reports?
Not for this level of appeal, no.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Verhun, questions?
Have you been in this, have you inspected this building?
Not in this particular building, no.
Okay, it's saying it was, sorry, I'm just clicking to my, I'm just thinking about it's saying it was newly renovated, bringing it up from 1914 to 1950. So I was just wondering what the renovations were.
On page 11 is what you're speaking to?
Yes.
That's a listing for that one CRU. I don't think that applies to the rest of the building. That is just speaking to the one advertising for 1,400 square foot CRU. Again, this is just activity within the market for leasing purposes for one CRU. It's not for the whole building.
I'm looking at the address at 218 Osborne, page 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
That little red box is indicating the CRU that's being leased. Main floor.
Okay. So the property highlights have nothing to do with that. What's in that little red box then?
No, I'll rephrase that. They're speaking to a newly improved interior with cosmetic upgrades in place for that particular CRU of 1,400 square feet. They're not extending that for the rest of the building.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz.
Asked and answered. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have no other questions also, Mr. Pohl, so thank you for that. Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. I have inspected the building several times in between I think 2003 and 2015. And other than that, I had the occasion to eat at Sous-Sol restaurant in the basement. And I can confirm that the foundation is original rubble foundation. The framing is original wood framing, that the envelope has not changed except the windows at some point in time. And there have been partial improvements in the HVAC system. And cosmetically, it's not much of a change in any of the sites. And those are the 5 elements. of of deciding whether or not a building has extended its remaining economic life. The major being, of course, foundation and framing, and we don't think that. We know that that this is a 1914 building. Now the rent is what we're very similar, and not no point debating that. We do have a higher vacancy number, and I'm just looking over the report that we had here. It appears to me that we had 1,100 and I can't read this. I think somewhere around 1,200 square feet vacant at the time of this report. But there are many tenants who are month to month, and it has had a spotty history because it is what it is. It's a 110-year-old building, multi-floor, and that's just what you would expect. So that's our other difference, or one difference, and the other being the capitalization rate. The rate on something like this is more hypothetical because there isn't a single investment property of this age and type that sells on its income. We may find one. It'd be an outlier because investors aren't interested in it. This is something where a small-time investor who's wants it for a different reason, and in this case, they own the two buildings next door. If you take a look at Osborne, you can pretty much guess what the highest and best use of the property would be, and it's not this. It's redevelopment for apartment. We did not check if there was a historical designation on this, and the concern there is that when a demolition on a property of this age is requested, there will be an automatic review on whether or not it enters it. So that's something that many competent investors are aware of, and they shy away from it. And that's what leads us to the cap rate we looked at. Now, just to give you an idea how this cap rate was derived, we used the base of 7.5, and that's from the Collier's cap rate report. And for the record, the person, I do not write the report, but my department does, and people who report to me write it. I won't write it because I don't want to have a conflict, but I review it and I supervise it. And it's now coming from my department. So I get to speak to it firsthand as author, well, boss of the author. And we don't track properties like this, period. No one does. It's of no interest. We track quality properties with good tenant bases. We don't track ones that have grow-up operations in it as their main floor tenant or these sorts of things. And it's nothing against them. They need space, but the investor is not the least bit interested in it. So what we've tried to do is capture what an investor would look at. And, you know, the access is horrible. They call it Confusion Corner for a reason. There is no real parking for the subject property, but they own the two buildings next door, and they use the parking on those lots. They're assessed on a different roll, so on by itself. It's smaller units. It's all small spaces. I don't know if anyone's ever gone to the trouble of looking to see if they could get a larger space, but the wood frame gets in the way. It's all load bearing throughout. The year built, of course, it is 1914. You cannot change that, and quality and condition are obviously a concern. And no one should ever be presenting this and saying it's top quality retail. No, if you look at the building next door to this, or two down, a modern CRU, it's designed much differently. A typical CRU will have adaptable space. You can take a wall and re-demise the space. If you have a tenant who wants 500 square feet or 1,000, you can make it happen. That's how they're designed. And the rooftop equipment follows accordingly. The different units will be separately heated and cooled. old buildings in 1914 can't be demised. Many of the walls are bearing, and the existing HVAC, as I mentioned, was improved but not changed. So you can't change these old boilers to have zone control. That's the big problem, and that's a negative on the market. Anybody who sat in an office knows that the person next to you is going to complain it's too hot, and you're going to complain it's too cold. That's the reality of life for your tenants. You have to be able to adapt to it. Tenant strength, of course, is and income stability is based on the type of building. It does not appeal to a wide range of tenants. It's a narrow range, therefore you have instability, and that's noted in the evidence by the month-to-month leases. All in all, I think that this is a very good representation of a building like this based on the income approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Poole.
You spoke to the condition and quality of the building. You said you inspected the property numerous times. Why did you not provide any interior photographs of the property?
I have some somewhere. I gotta tell you the truth, I didn't prepare this. But you know, workload.
Workload. I see that you have a partial submission of their income and expense questionnaire that they provided to the department. Why did you not include the financial statement?
Oh, because it's combined with the two properties next door, and we had no way of splitting it. There's a lot of cross numbering, and one of the problems with it is that, let's say, if you look at the rent roll on the tenants, some of these people get parking included in their lease, which is next door. What we ended up doing was going through it all and really making an estimate what the person did, and again, it's like $2,000 off yours, so off the models.
I'm not asking about the model. I'm asking about the subject property.
I don't think personally today. I don't think it really matters to what we're discussing today.
So you don't think it personally matters to an investor whether they would purchase a property performing at, say, $265,000 NOI versus what model projected, or what your report indicates at $129,000 on your page 1?
No, I'm saying that the potential rent of $202,000 was a very good estimate, and as I said earlier, the vacancy was historical based on a past review of vacancies, and that's what our calculation was.
Do you have any market evidence or subject property evidence in your brief that indicates any issues of vacancy prior years?
Not the one I have that shows it is beginning on page 3, and apologies, I having a difficult time reading this. I was looking through the units, and at this point in time, looking at the like, for example, unit 403 is a 1-year lease. Unit 405 was renewed.
Rephrase that. Is there any vacant units in the building?
This is a vacancy risk. Unit 405 is a 1-year deal. Unit 407 is a 2-year deal. This is
class properties.
This is what an investor looks at. Unit 411 is a 1-year deal. Unit 412 is vacant. Unit 414, 3-year deal. Unit 416 is a 1-year deal. Unit 417, 1-year deal. I don't want to try the patience of the board, but the point is this is how one determines, oh, there's another vacant space, unit 419, 420 square feet. So when I read this, and I see a major vacancy issue with short-term leases, and there's also some month-to-month income in here as well. Like the Sioux-Sol is a month-to-month, which is a very interesting place to go with the chickens. And there's also income in here for rooftop, which is a banner. And that's
Getting on to your page 2, your capitalization rate. You've asked this question of the department numerous times over numerous cycles. Do you have any direct evidence of capitalization rates? You
at the
indicated
outset.
here-
I told you there's no such thing as a cap rate for something like this. Not that if anything that would be presented would be an unreliable outlier.
So for 10.14%, you have no direct evidence of this. You just have some commentary, which
Yeah.
piggybacks onto your B class properties or your AB, as you would colleagues would describe them.
The investment market is a term that is badly abused. The investment market is much more limited than real estate in general. And I'd speculate that 75% of the properties that have been valued by the investment approach by the assessment department are not the type that get tracked by professionals, because so the application of any rate to them is purely hypothetical.
Do you feel that this meets the burden of proof for yourself? It's on us, it's on the department, but if the department, if the assessor, if I brought in a chart like this, would this be?
Mr. Pohl, this is not a relevant question. This is,
Well,
you've asked Mr. Neufeld, he's answered. He said it's hypothetical. We understand it's a Class D property, not investment grade. We get it.
I apologize, I didn't
Okay.
want to go that way, but I don't see any evidence, so I'll,
Okay,
my questions are.
thank you very much. Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Werhan?
None, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, I have a question. Of course I do.
Okay.
Page 1. On your page 1, you've used a cap rate of 9.5.
Yes.
On page 2, using this analysis, qualitative analysis, you have a cap rate of 10.14. So you've obviously reduced your 10.14 cap rate to 9.5 in your financial presentation. Can you tell me why?
No.
Okay.
I didn't write this, but
That was blunt. Okay.
to be fair, it was rounded downwards
Yes.
rather than upwards.
No, I appreciate that. I was just wondering.
My opinion on it is I wouldn't have gone as hard on the location because that sign on the top generates income for it. And I mean the parking, the age, and the income stability are the key factors. So I like the 9.5 is my opinion.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Pohl, summation?
Yeah, short summation.
Thank you.
This property is on a high exposure corner. Lots of traffic going by. It is a D, Class D building. Your leases in place are typically shorter ranged. And for a Class D, there's less risk to the tenant. That's market. That's what you don't have 15-year leases in a Class D building usually for this type of property. Our market approach produced an NOI significantly less than what the actual property is performing at. The property is outperforming our parameters quite bluntly. With that, I think our parameters should be confirmed. And the I should say the assessment confirmed and no reduction made to this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pohl. Mr. Neufeld?
Real simple. 1914. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes item number 3. Thank you. Moving on, item number 4. This is file number 25-189, 183 Kennedy. Mr. Pohl, when you're ready, please.
File number is 25189. Roll number is 1209364500, 183 Kennedy. The 2026 assessment is for $1,748,000. We have an effective year built between 1976 and 1985. The actual year built is 1970 and then 1985 as well. We'll go through the leasable area, 9,300 square feet. just for the quality of the building. So if we turn to page 7, shows where the building's located. 1083. We see that there is a few stalls in the back, but nothing that you would consider parking on site. If you look on page 6, it shows the frontages of the building. The law office, typically there are higher tenants or higher quality finish in the building as such, even though it's categorized as what it is. If you look at page 10 starts the portals that we have on file. We have an inspection that was done in 2023, so relatively soon to the reference date. I didn't have any evidence of condition prior to this, and I didn't inspect the property, but this will be on file. So as we go through, you can see that this is quite nice finish, a good quality finish for the year built and for how we have it classed. We have it classed as an OFS, office suburban. Obviously, some of the market is in downtown for properties such as this. OFS is kind of a catch-all, under 3 stories in office. But as you can see, as you go through, this is good quality finish, good quality space. And then on page 23 starts the second floor. So before page 23 is the main floor, on page 23 and going forward is this upper floor. So as we can see, this is in my opinion, a good quality finished building, and it would have a desirable effect on tenancy. So we look over to the income expense questionnaire, which starts on page 29. We see that finances that are in place. And it is a gross rent building for the 1 tenant, Candace House. $27.50. And then we see folks, our council at $14.52, indicating that's net, the base rent. And we don't see any vacancy within the building. So both of them are occupied. We get to our market review of it. I looked at it as based on the finish of the property, the location of the property, what would be its competing properties. Class C would be tenancies which would fit within this building. You're gonna occupy a Class C building, you could occupy this. And same comparables that we already spoke to, they range at around $13.32 on average, for an average weighted average of $13.97 and median of $12.50. So around the $13 range for 25 comparables that are in and around downtown, not too far off from the subject property. I also then looked at OFD comparables. Again, you're quite a little bit less. The C, same comparables we already discussed, 41 comparables, and they average $12.05, weighted average of $13.50. So we have around the $13 range, but we also have within that some upper end rents as well. So should this be an average rent? Should this be a bit above average rent? Our model predicted overall $14.22 a square foot applied to the 9,300 square feet, which gives a PGI of 132,323. Vacancy at 11% gives effective gross income of 117,767. Expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8 gives a net operating income of 106,050, capped at 5%, gives a value of 1,748,000. So with that, questions? Sorry. I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newfield.
Thank you. The rent that this site collects, I'm just going to the page that has been submitted to the city, and that's on page, sorry, there's statements beginning page 29 to, I guess, 30, correct?
Yes,
And their statement on page 28 would indicate income as full. Is that correct?
that's what it indicates, yes.
And their net income here, 28,000. They've got non-recoverables, whether we agree or not. That would indicate that operational expenses were on the neighborhood of 89,000, operational income on roughly 89,000 net. Would you agree with that math?
With what we're taking off, yeah, around there, yes.
Yeah, okay. And so, but the model provided 132,000. Did you try to reconcile that?
Didn't provide 132,000. Whatever, what are you, oh, you're looking at potential income?
Page 5, yes.
No, the potential market income is what it was. Sorry, I thought you were speaking to the NOI. No, the potential market income would have been $14.22 overall. So within line.
132,323 is your number, correct?
Yeah, within line with market, yes.
And they are reporting 89,000, correct?
Yes.
And the areas, do they coincide with what they claimed? 35, 77, 93 is your addition. On their rent roll, do they're indicating 98.69. They're actually indicating a higher rentable area than you do. Did you look into that?
$9,899.
Yeah, they're 9869 and you're 9300. I don't think anything really turns on it, but I would gonna guess that your basement number is an estimate of 1,500 square feet.
I didn't have a line point issue until now.
So I'm just looking at the differences between them. They're indicating lower income but higher area. Okay, and in respect to the capitalization rate, was this driven by the model?
Yes, it is.
And on your page, I'll get to it. Okay, page 31, which row does this fit into your model?
It wouldn't. We don't have that reported for an OFS. Suburban office.
Well, it's not in the suburbs, is it?
No, that's a catch-all.
Okay, so there's no specific category for downtown, lower level class downtown office. You've got A, B, and AA, correct?
Right.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Schultz, questions?
Just one clarification, just on the, what page? Just a second, sorry. On your workup, when you're looking at your capitalized value of 2,121,000, but then you've got your adjusted amount at 1,748. The difference being why the difference?
Very.
It's on page 5.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I see.
Sorry, page 5.
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Because
Along
your
this-
NOI at 106.
Yeah.
At
It
5,
produces the 2,121,000.
correct. But you've got those 1,748.
Should have been 2,121,000. Given that we released 1,748,000, I have to ask for that to be confirmed. I'm not asking for the increase.
So which amount are we using?
1,748,000. Please confirm that value. As far as the increase is what it produced. I'm not asking for an increase to that. I'll have to look at that.
Okay, so but then your NOI and your cap rates don't jive with the 1,748.
No, I'm just not. In this case here, like I said, I'm not asking for the increase to 2,100,000. Given that the inspection was in 2023, perhaps an assessor changed the quality of finish, which would have picked up on that. Because it's not a base year payment, it's 2026. That's most likely the error that did occur. But I can't confirm that. I'll have to go back and look at that.
So your NOI, like if I
What?
take the NOI and the cap rate, I get the 2121.
Yes.
So are you revising any of that to get to the 1,748?
No, what I'm saying is because we released 1,748. I'm not asking for an increase. I didn't have a notice of increase letter. I didn't ask for an increase. It has to be confirmed at 178, even though the review indicates it's higher value.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Ms. Werhan?
That's what I was going to ask the assessor, but so I have no other questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. I was going to ask that too. So we're all on the same page on that one. And so then my comps, I don't think I had some questions about the comps, but I don't think that makes sense to ask you now because they're not really relevant to your workup. So I will just pass on to Mr. Neufeld, please.
Thank you. The subject property is houses two charities. One is the Folk Arts Council and the other is Candace House. Candace House is a victims support charity. And I'm only saying this because this puts this into a category of charities are of course underfunded and every penny counts, and they're not getting first class space. That gives you an idea what the building's like. You know, the minute you, as an appraiser, you look at it and you see your tenant roll and you know the quality of the space. Now they're earning without dispute approximately $89,000 in gross revenue. That's the number we used, 89,000. It's well supported by the other charity rates, which this time are applicable. You see, we're on those are on page 8. And this only tells you that we're lazy here too, and we put in the same information over and over. This time it applies. These are what charities can afford to pay. A great comparison to it are needs on Notre Dame, and you can see they're at $9.67 and $10, and a very recent rate, and it's professionally managed, and it's been scrutinized by our office. So the paid rent $9.11 a square foot. Minor difference in the vacancy rate. We use the Johnson report. It's really not material to. We don't have to worry about that. And as to the cap rate, the department model seems to have this problem that they go very low on these small buildings, and it's a flaw in their system because these buildings don't get sold on their income quality. So they're wondering, why are the cap rates so low on these small buildings? Because they're sold to users and they're not on a cap rate. That's the problem with the model. All of the market reports, nothing is as low as 5%. Now the Collier's rate on this would be, you know, subgrade B downtown. So a base rate for that B is going to be 7.5. And from there, we just adjusted for the differences. And in this case, the points is the location and access. Location downtown isn't as good as the suburbs. Honestly, it's hard to get to, and for a facility such as this, those are minor adjustments. And the big one is the building size. I think it's of a small nature. So let's say what's a good use in downtown is say a call center. Well, you're not putting one in this building, so you've lost 80% of the potential market. The fact that income comes from the basement, another bad thing, because that's not strong, that's not durable. It is what it is. Year built, it's older, and all of these things get into the quality and condition. It's inferior space, not new, and not. I mean, I'm sitting in a building that was redone in 2021, and it's a far cry from that. But you put more money into a building, you can get a higher rent. There's no money in this building. I would actually disagree slightly on the quality and condition, and would come down harder on tenant strength and income stability. That's my opinion on that. But in the long run, it'll end up being the same thing. And we have it at 8.75%. I did not do this workup, but I'm very pleased with it. I think it hit this property exactly where it belongs, and not to be negative about it, but this is because the people are doing good work in the building, and this is all they can afford, and there's buildings out there that cater to it. It's clearly not investment grade. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Poole, questions?
Yeah, I just have some general questions. I'll have this reviewed when we get back to the office as well. But on your page 2 or on my page 8, file photo clearly indicates there's law office. Was this building formerly or currently occupied by a law office?
This is a Google Street View, so I would have to check this.
You do see the proper tendencies above.
Yeah.
Above Candace House. So that would be a question. Did something change with this property?
Well, I'm
not on the rent roll,
looking at the rent roll, and
but yet they're still advertised as being there.
yeah, looking at the rent roll, I see that leases cover the period in question, and even past today's date. Don't know. I think I'm going to guess here, and I could confirm it while you have anything else, but I'm going to guess it was just a dated picture from Google Street.
No, I did it right up to the reference date, and this is currently there. Would you have any objection? Sorry, I'll ask my questions and then I'll kind of get to that point afterwards. Formerly, was this owner occupied by a law office?
I don't know. Yeah, Google Street View only goes to May of 2021.
To your knowledge, the law office still is not in place.
Well, the Google Street calls it a law office, and then it says permanently closed. And I'm getting Folklorama and Candace House. This is just again what's showing up now.
And those are 2 arm's length tenants.
Oh yes. I've forgotten the owner's name, but it's their arm's length.
And the former owner wasn't the law office as well.
I can just double check this. Okay, it is definitely not owned by a charity or a lawyer. I have the owner's name here, and it's someone I'm familiar with. It's part of their portfolio.
The only questions I have, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Ms. Werhun, questions?
I do not, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I note that there is a difference in the square footage, Mr. Neufeld, from what's on record with the city. City has 9,300 square feet and you have 9,869. And I see that that also corresponds to the rent roll.
Right.
So maybe I should be asking, like, which number is correct there? It's not a whole lot, but it's 5%-ish.
Yeah, when I see these dilemmas, I always say, well, let's just follow the money. Because some people get these things professionally measured, some get them BOMA measured, some get the outside wall measured, some get the interior window as their measurement.
Right.
And I don't know. I have a database from the city's numbers somewhere, but I suspect that our number is overstated on a different style of measurement.
Okay.
That'd be my guess, but
Okay.
Again, nothing turns on it when we're going to income.
No.
Actually, there's only one place it would differ.
Mm-hmm.
If you have the same income but you use a higher area, your value is
Right.
actually lower.
Yeah.
Because the vacancy is higher.
Right. Okay. And you indicated that the cap rate is high. Well, you have a higher cap rate than the assessment department uses. Would not this be a reasonably good location and be of interest to maybe not a sophisticated investor, but still?
Yeah, you're describing the owner. It's what we would call it is like a local portfolio level quality of income of investment. So the local investor is it's not going to compete with major investment companies and large holdings like any REIT or investors or somebody like that. And those are the people who are out there bidding for properties and paying lower cap rates because they borrow money cheaper. And it all goes back to money. So essentially, a big time investor can borrow pension fund money, and the small time one's got to go to the credit union, and the cap rate shows the difference. So it's just higher than the investment rate. That's the simplistic way of explaining it. And the problem with the assessor workup is being a minor property, you go to the credit union and your interest rate is like 6%, and he's got a cap of 5, which means they're losing money. I'm looking at the city workup here, and I got an upper area 8647 and a basement of 2080. So and then if you take the 1,500 square foot basement, our number would be, according to the city's base data. Okay, sorry, that again, nothing turns on it. Going back to your cap issue, this was purchased by a small time portfolio owner, and it's just going to cap higher. And looking at it, sorry, let me just go back and look at this. I didn't prepare this, as you know, but yeah, I mean, I could see this going a bit lower, maybe to 8%, based on what I now know. it's still the problem is the attraction of the tenancies that are charity based are gives you a very uncertain return.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Summation, Mr. Poole?
To be fair, the taxpayer is going to suggest something to the board, to the appellant. Would there be any appetite to have this adjourned to a different docket? Whether
I don't think so. Maybe we could have discussed this at the beginning, but we've now heard this whole property and no. No summation, Mr. Poole? Okay, Mr. Neufeld?
Obviously, the actual income is a fair bit lower than what the model's generating, and it's been proven because it went to the market, and it's not drawing your AAA tenant. They're good uses for the neighborhood. Unfortunately, they lack the funding to be considered good tenants. On review, I would concede that the cap could be a bit lower. And I think 8% is reasonable, and won't waste time, and I'll let you do that math. It could be a bit lower. That's all. And I'm not trying to be funny or mean, but the assessment is a crime.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. That will conclude item number 4. Mr. Neufeld, is it still your request to move item 5 to the bottom of the agenda?
Yes, please. No response yet.
Okay, let's move number 6 or go to number 6. This is item number 25-192, 61 Albert Street.
file number is 25-192. Roll number is 130608760000, 61 Albert Street. The 2026 assessment is for $1,964,000. Built in 1902, effective year of 1950. And again, I did not research that issue. I'm not going to get into same comments as you were applying for last couple. Those go into this one. We have a leasable area of 35,278 square feet. No parking. If you look at page 7, it's located in the downtown, just off McDermott, other side of Main Street. Not facing Main Street, obviously, on the other side of the block that borders Main Street. On page 8 just shows the exterior photos, frontage photos. On page 10 shows the INEs that were returned to us, the income and expense information. What we indicates to us is an adjusted NOI of $189,077. They indicate an average vacant space of 1%. And they do confirm that 32,650 is the total area leased. So all leases are gross on page 12, as you would expect. Many B-class properties are. So from that point, then go to our workup or our comparables. It's on page 3. We've already spoke to them. I spoke to them quite a time already, so I'm not going to go through much detail other than, again, we're looking at an average of around $13.50. So that range. On page 5, we see that this building we rate as north or south of that as far as quality. We do have a $7.83 applied to it, so we are acknowledging that the building itself, it is older building here. And the condition that we have it in place, this is all projected. So for leasable area, 35,278 square feet, applied to the $7.83 rent, gives us a potential income of $276,461. Vacancy at 14%, effective gross income of $237,756. Expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8 gives a net operating income of $191,112. Capped at 8.8% gives the value of $2,171,000. Round 72,000. Of note, the operating income is almost identical, but was adjusted at 191 versus 189. So with that, I'm open to question.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yeah, yes. And what is this building being used for?
Office,
That's your understanding or assumption
we have it categorized, we'll use as office.
as
There
office?
is a bit of gallery on the front edge, like artsy.
Okay, so you got a rent roll, page 11. These look like office users?
Individual names. This is all we have. Whether they're leased out to individual people for office purposes or other, doesn't indicate on here.
Um,
We have an sent to them, but they're not showing it here. If they would give us our rent roll, they can check off what use their tenancy is. But they didn't report that here.
okay, and I know you've already stated, I just would like to pretend I asked the question that you don't know how it got changed from 1902 to 1950. And just,
No, I'll just simplify it down for sake of time, no.
yeah, no, I know, I just want to, okay. And the model assigned this rent based on the conclusion it was an office?
That's what we have it categorized and talked as.
Okay. Do you have a category for artist lofts?
No,
Okay. And did you have note of the statement provided? It's in your evidence. Did you review it?
I made an adjustment, yes.
Okay, so I see adjusted NOI 189, and that is subtracting the 110,000 in interest?
Yeah,
Okay. And that was with the basis of a 1% vacancy that they claimed on the third column?
that's what they're indicating to us, yes.
Okay. So that's a fair bit higher than what the model is assigned at 276,000 with 0%, correct?
Yeah, that's indicated.
Okay. And just curious, in this particular case, the model found a 1950 building and capped it at 8.8%. That's correct?
That's what's on file, yes.
So when we were talking about Osborne, same age, and it was much lower, what would be the reason behind that?
I'm not cross-referencing appeals within evidence being given.
Oh, no, I'm just wondering if you know how the model works on the age. If you don't know, that's fine.
It looked at all the characteristics on the building, the location, it looks at size, it takes a number of parameters into place.
Okay. Just a sec. I don't have much more here. It's a very strange building. That's all. Oh yeah. Yeah. You have supplied some comparables on page 3, and I see that most of them are a bit higher than the subject. Are you relying on these comparables?
This is what market is for the downtown royalties
For office?
for office. If
Okay.
we have a building that we've reviewed and it's lower than that,
Are any of these artist lofts?
I most likely say no.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Werhan, questions?
None at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz.
No questions at this time, thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, Mr. Poole. Again, we have the same issue as the previous one. You have a capitalized value that exceeds your value on the roll. So I'm
But
not quite sure what's happening there.
typically what happens, like the other one, I'm a little bit, given that there was inspection done in 2023, I'm thinking that there was a tendency change, maybe something along those lines. But for your bigger properties here with more CRUs, because it's a 2026 appeal and not a 2025 appeal, that base year changes. So if base year is 2025, it may or may not be appealed. On a large building that's larger series, if there's any changes in bids or whatever, you're gonna have it's live, right? You're gonna have a change. It usually magnifies more and say like at OFB or an OFA where there's multiple, there's 30 plus CRUs within that building, may get a bit of a variance from what the base was. In this case here, I don't see this being at about approximately 2 million. We haven't released that 2.17. That's still pretty close. Like there may be some things that were changed that we would put towards the next reassessment cycle. What I'm saying here is I'm still asking for the 1,964,000. It's just
Okay.
that you're off
Okay.
base year appeals.
Okay, I understand you're asking for the 1,964,000, but all your evidence goes to a 2,172,000. So,
Right, we don't have to
like the
ask.
rent, like obviously the rent is different, well, maybe it is, maybe it's a different cap rate. I don't know what it is.
Like, I don't have to ask, the assessor doesn't have to ask for the increase if there's a bit of change from what we released versus what we find when we come to appeal. Typically, when you're appealing the base here, we don't change anything until after the appeal cycle's done, and then we move on. We're adjusting our records as we go.
So are you suggesting that this would be a new value for the next assessment cycle?
I can't, I'm just saying generally speaking, I can't really comment on if there's any changes, but that's typically what we would find. What I would find when things have changed of such nature, but I'm not asking for the increase.
No, I know you're not. I understand. You're asking for the 1,964,000 to be confirmed. My concern or dilemma is your income valuation, your workup doesn't support that 1,964,000. It supports a 2,172,000.
I understand what you're saying, but like if we are making changes to a live roll, that's what's occurring. We don't have to ask for that increase.
No, I understand. I understand you're not asking, and I don't say you have to.
Yeah.
That's not
If this
it.
was a 2025 appeal, I don't think we'd have an issue here. It should be that it's a.
All I'm saying is you presented evidence that doesn't back up the 1,964,000. It backs up 2,172,000.
That's my point. It's exceeding it.
Yes.
The department can take the option of being conservative and not asking for the increase.
Wouldn't typically your evidence support the value on the roll at this point in time?
Typically for a base year 2020, yeah, but like.
Okay, I think it's the same issue as previous. Two different numbers. The workup is related to one number. Your page one is related to a different number. That's all I'm sort of just trying to deal with that dilemma for us, right? As a board. Okay, I have no other questions then. So, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay. Sorry, I was just reading something. So the property, as you guessed from my questions, would be described as an artist's loft. Now, we didn't present this expense questionnaire, and the reason is that this has people's personal names in it, and we knew the assessor was going to anyway, but they produced it, so they can bear the concern about privacy. But these are tenants. They are. I was going through the list. Most are graphic artists. There's some hip hop musicians. There's a music producer of some sort. They space is I don't know if anyone's ever seen these artist lofts. They're generally like spaces on the floor and with the partition walls, sometimes lines, sometimes no lines, and a lot of shared space. There's one like this right across the street as well, and on Albert Street, this is a good use for it. So now he's written in office, the owner, and I don't know why he did that, but I had a very long discussion with him. He should know better. However, the physical facts mean more than what anyone writes down, and it's an artist's studio. So what you're getting is a gross rent basis, and the assessor's workup at 189,077 would be not the NOI, but the potential income, because it's 1% vacancy, which is negligible. And from that, and on that basis, we don't have a difference in the starting point. My wonderful assistant, who's got a savant sort of ability to do these things, if you took the 189 and you took it up at about a 14% vacancy rate, which the assessors put in, you get his number of 160,000 as after vacancy. On that basis, we're 100% in alignment with the actual income. It's I think $1,000 off. So that's what I was spending my time, is just trying to see if there was a reconciliation on this. And I know we had this income, and as always, it's just confusing. So the income as is, whether you take 213 at 25% or 189 at 14%, comes up to 160,000 as the income after vacancy, and the rest of it is just a follow through calculation where NOI then is 111,506, and that's of course based on a very high vacancy rate, so it's a high carry cost, and the statements show you how high the carry costs are. The cap rate, and well, I know I'm repeating myself, but nobody cap rates artist loft at all. It's not a investment property. Although there are, wait, I know there's 3 of these in the city. The other one's on Cumberland. Generally, they're purchased by people who want to try to give the community, artist community, a space and try to break even on their income. And make a little bit of money and help. So the cap rate we came up with was 9.5, and that's again, that's starting with a base rate of 7.5. Obvious issues, lack of parking and age, condition. I would probably want to look at this income growth potential and tenant strength and stability, and that would be where me personally I would be targeting on more. But I think it speaks, the quality and condition adjustments speak to those issues. I personally think, well, partially, I personally would think that if you were trying to do a hypothetical cap rate on this, it would be above 10%. We won't change it at the board if I think it should be higher, only lower, because that's not fair to the process. So that's our number, 1,174,000 for an artist loft. Again, it's an assessment misapplication of the model. And by the way, our rents, page 7, are very, very similar to this sort of thing. And one of the ones I was going to point out is 75 Albert and 54 Arthur. of 75 Albert is just, again, it's a loft building. Some of these are true office, some of them are different uses, and their rate in that building is between $3 and $8, and Toad Toys is at $2.74. That's the closest comparable to the subject. So the number of $7 is supported by the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Poole?
Sorry, can I just want to confirm what the number you're asking for? With the adjustment you made an adjustment to vacancy?
No, I didn't, because it would only been downward value, upward cap, and I'm not doing that in that presentation.
At 74, okay. I don't have any questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, questions?
Again, just to clarify, it might have been said, but the difference in the square footage, you're using 30,547 and the city's got 35,278.
And the owner supplied 32,650. So we have three numbers. Same answer as last time, follow the money.
Okay, and your vacancy rate 25%.
Yeah, but I think our income is overstated because that's using a rent of $7 and a gross potential of 213, and you can see from the statement that it's really 189. That's what I was just trying to figure out.
Okay.
So I think we'd coincide with the actual income after vacancy's been taken into consideration. I asked the person who did this how he came up with it, and he says, "I don't know." I mean, and he was right though. I can't use derogative words, so I'll just use the first part of the description. He's a savant.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Werhan?
Not now, I don't. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, just a point of clarification. I think Mr. Poole indicated the NOI is 189, not the income.
Correct.
Could you please clarify that for me?
He said that, but then you remember I asked the question,
Yeah.
is that based on a vacancy of 1%?
Okay.
And that's what I was doing, trying to work out here,
Yeah.
the difference on it. Because if you put even his rate at 14%, then the number works out almost exactly with what we had in there. And I'm imagine and so he's actually showing his number would be closer to the gross potential, not the NOI.
Okay.
Or he should have said actual in this case.
Okay.
And you still then have to apply a vacancy allowance.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. I have no other questions. Mr. Poole, summation?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld?
Artist loft, not an office. Thank you.
Thank you. That will conclude item number 6. It's noon. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go. Do we want to do one more and then perhaps take a half an hour break, or break now and do the 5 more this afternoon?
Right now works for me.
What's the next one on the roll docket?
The next one on the roll is item 7, Ness.
Ness. Oh, that's just a straight income property, nothing fancy about it. You could take a shot at it.
Mr. Poole, what do you say?
I'm open to whatever the board wants.
I just need like a 2-minute break.
Okay, then if you need a 2-minute break, there's no point in breaking,
Sorry, I just
only to come back and then break again.
Okay. Sorry.
So
Okay, I
let's-
can.
can we maybe break for half an hour, be back on the dot of 12:30 and get through the balance of them then?
Yep.
Okay.
That work for everybody?
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so let's recess until 12:30, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take us offline, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to call our meeting back to order. We're resuming our agenda at item number 7. This is file number 25-267, 1624 Ness Avenue. Mr. Pohl, whenever you are ready, please.
We have roll number 0756906630 1624 Ness. We have a 2026 value of $5,485,000. Just so we're clear, the workup shows $5,579,000. Again, we're dealing with the 2026 year. Base year was 2025. Once that base year has been dealt with, or I should say that roll has been released, it's a 2-year cycle. We do carry on and we do make adjustments to properties. I'm not asking for an increase to the 5.5 million, just that the 5,485,000 is confirmed. Hopefully that's seems to have been coming up today, but again, we are dealing with 2026 appeals, which aren't base year appeals. So okay, moving on. Properties built in 1987. There's leasable area of 29,813 square feet. If we look, it's an OFS property type class. We look on page 8. It's on the corner of Ness and Route 90. We see that there is a degree of a couple medical units in it. 3 stories. It's on Madison, if you want to consider it Madison Square. You look at back on page 8. It's highlighted in red what it is. There's next to it a gas bar and a Safeway immediately south, and across you have the rest of Madison Square. On page 10 is the rent roll. The rent roll, and as you can see, they've given us the whole rent roll, meaning like all of it, the other properties that aren't on the roll. So they've combined all of their commercial rent roll and income into one statement, which is dealing with outside of the roll income expenses. So I'll kind of go through it as the tendencies are what they're reporting there. We're clearly not dealing with the retail aspect of it either. But that's how they've reported it to us. They reported a 97%, 98% occupancy, but again, that's accounting for off-roll, some of off-roll tenancies. On page 15 is a clear breakout. They had broken it out to retail, office, and retail. So if you look at the top 3 lines, they give free rent, nominal. They also break it out into office and retail. So this whole income statement and rent roll is combined for the subject property plus other non-appeal property. So we really can't make a lot out of this. This is too convoluted. I can show you what the base rent for office is. It's around 805,000. Is there other offices in the other portions? Most likely a little bit, maybe not. I can't tell you. We're not researching those other properties that aren't under appeal. And quite frankly, you should be given a rent roll that you should be given the rent roll and financial information for the subject property that we send you. In this case here, they're not, they're combined. So from that point, really difficult to get through to your net operating income, which is on page 20. And I'm just pointing this out to the boards so you're aware. They're reporting net operating income of $2,445,000, but that's the totality of the whole Madison Square. So don't think it's that. Having said that, we'll look to see what we have on file. First, we'll do our comparisons, which are on page 3 and 4. This is generally the citywide OFS comparables. We have 100 comparables for a total leasable area of 322,000. Average CRU size is around 3,200 square feet. And the average rent is 1507, the weighted average is 1531, and the median is 1489. So that's a pretty good indicator. It's around $15 for average. You know, maybe a bit below if you're below average, maybe a bit above if you're above average. So on the next page over, page 5, for 29,813 square feet of leasable area on the subject property, we have $13.88, which produces a PGI of 413,913. Please note again, the office portion which they give to us is 827,196. I can't tell you how much is that off-roll income, revenue, I should say, for office. I don't have a breakout for that. But I do want to point out that discrepancy so the board is not thinking that that's all on site. I'm following 6% is applied for vacancy. It gives us effective gross income of $409,509. Our expenses at $3 and shortfall at $8 gives us a net operating income of $382,164, capped at 6.85%. Gives us our value of $5,579,036. Again, I'm asking for what's on the roll for 2026, $5,485,000. Not, but in this case here, it's just a little off. Hopefully it's clear enough. Welcome to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes, on the area here, the rentable area, you've got 29813 listed here, and we have taken it from the rent roll, and we've got a 28687. I was trying to reconcile this over the break, and many of these units were I was able to figure out, and I'm looking at the units on page 5. Do you have the names of the unit tenant?
Not on the workup, no, not for a premise ID number here. It's usually not something that's a live issue in hearing. I do have the rent roll that they show us. Unfortunately, like I said, it's spread out over off parcel or off roll number.
Okay, well, I was asking about your premise ID ones because, like I said, several of them I could figure I worked out, and several did not, and we do have a discrepancy in area.
No, I didn't bring that in. If you would have made that a live issue and sent me an email, or Tim would have contacted me, I could have brought that information in.
I don't know what you're talking about. It is a live issue. We're disputing it.
You just made it live now.
You know, it's on our workup. We've put a different number than you. Okay, so I thought we would use this opportunity to try to figure out where the variances came in and maybe figure it out. But if you're not able to, that's fine. Now, but after that, though, if you go down, I'm still on page 5. You've changed the leasable area there from 29,813 to 31,375.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
How did that change?
Like I said, we release a base assessment. If there's tenancy changes after that, we're updating the property, we're updating the file. If you come to appeal in 2026 and we haven't, like, that's live at that point, we're capturing that now. So I expect to see a variance as we go through this. It's typical. I don't know what
you found 1,500 square feet more. That's not a minor variance, and that's a physical issue. That's not a market issue. You don't know where it came from?
What I'm trying to say is the 2025 assessment, the value that $5,485,000 is a 2025 set on the roll. That's what we released. That's what we're defending. If we make changes as we go along and you come in 2026 to appeal, it's encapsulating what's under 2026. We're not going to release a supplemental assessment for something so small, just left for reassessment. So our update into the file would trigger the next based assessment year, or general reassessment, I should say.
Well,
So I do expect in 2026, if you're going to be appealing 2026, which isn't typical, you usually just do the base year, you're going to find a bit of variance here. This isn't a mistake or that we should go backwards in time and make the numbers work for what was on roll. I'm simply stating this is what it is. It's physical as of January 1st, 2026. It's not January 1st, 2026. Those changes were made, but we just haven't released anything until the next general reassessment. So you're going to have a bit of variance. I've had this with other agents, the panel members. I've never really, over a 20-year career, I haven't really had this issue be so, how to phrase it the right way, or we are all understanding of it. So like it happens. It's just the nature of it.
I'm looking at building permits for 1624 Ness, and there has been nothing for an addition. Matter of fact, no permits since 2010. How did it increase in size?
Again, I'm not looking at it from that aspect. I'm just asking for the confirmation of 5.485. I can't tell you, I'm not. Like, you're asking nominal differences.
Okay, we'll move on.
I'm just gonna 20 seconds. I just wanted to check one more source of data. I don't want to belabor this. I was working on this over our break and trying to figure this out. So 16. Okay, we don't even have that number in here. Getting there, back there. What the workup on then page 6? What this is this? You're not defending that. You're defending 5485.
That's what I stated. Yes.
Okay. So that's about $100,000 difference in the value. Okay, well, that's very strange. So we don't have an accurate workup here anywhere that can show how 5485 was created.
No, we're already explained. I can't explain it anything.
I'm sorry, I didn't pick that up.
I've already explained the scenario of how we get to this point. I can't.
Yeah, I understand the scenario. You have no information that shows how 5,400,000 and 85 was arrived at then. Is that correct?
We're dealing with what's on the roll as now. We're showing what's there. Clearly, we're not asking for the increase.
Just yes or no. Do you have any evidence that supports how 5485 was created?
Not the numerical value of that. I have the evidence of what I've just reviewed.
So I didn't catch that again. I might have a bad speaker. I'm not trying to berate you here.
I just said we have the numerical workup for 5579, what I've already explained.
Okay, not for the amount you're defending.
No, it's a nominal change.
Okay. On page 7, was this the evidence you were providing for cap rates?
Yes, it is.
And is this in what you call your OFS category?
Correct.
And I take it you have no differentiation between A or B?
For A or B?
Yeah, for OFS.
For OFS, we have it on the 4th line down, and the 3rd line A and B.
A.
But we have the same.
That's what I'm saying. You're not.
Yeah, we have the same parameters in place. Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering why your numbers were lower than the other market participants.
Can you rephrase that?
Why the three market participants you brought in are all showing higher cap rates than
Oh, you mean the
city.
subject prop, okay, the subject property for
No,
what?
than the city parameters in the 20 and the 80th percentile.
Yeah, we have 6.85, our parameters are between 5.25 and 6.75, we're a little off of that. Again, 20 and 80 percentiles, there is a portion outside of that. This falls almost at the top end of that.
And did you get permission to use the Colliers for report?
Not me personally, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge?
I can't tell you, I didn't investigate that.
Okay. Well, then there seems very little I can ask if you don't have a workup. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newfound. Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Werhan?
And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have no questions either, Mr. Poole. Thank you very much. Mr. Newfound?
Yes, thank you. As I said, I was trying to reconcile all of this over our break, and I made some minor changes in our number because I know that's what started me going here. I noticed something I didn't like, and just so you understand, our process is we have one person prepare and one person present, and that allows two sets of eyes on our work product, so that we're doing a review as well. And I'll tell you what I didn't like is the rent rate we applied was too low, and I didn't have any problem knowing where these properties were. And then I spotted the error on the size. Now on our page one, first of all, in the summary boxes above, it says 28042. This was just a copy without any update on it, but the actual number in our workup, 28687, is correct. I just went through the rent rolls and re-added them up, and I know it's a multi-roll property, but this is the way it's managed. They don't have a breakout. This is part of 4 different properties, which includes the Safeway. Actually 5. The Safeway and Shell are together. The mall with the liquor store is separate, and then the mall with One Great City is separate. And then you have this building in itself. This one is predominantly office, but there are some retail users such as Pet Value, and there are a few medical type users as well. But the predominant usage is office, and so we have no objection to an office designation being used. But it is 28,687 square feet. Now, here, what I didn't care for was the $13 rate. As I went through the rolls, I found more agreement with the assessor's rate per square foot than this, and I changed that to $14. I know it's a minor change, but that number comes then to 401,618, because as you scrutinize it later, you'll see why. These are a mix of semi-gross and net rents. So it made it a little bit more complicated. They each have varying amounts of recoveries rates on the property. And I'll say this, I could still have a margin of error on the 14, but this is what I can do in 10 minutes. The vacancy rate is from the Johnson report, and that's the suburban rate. Now, there are different rates in different parts of the city. As I mentioned earlier in our presentations, Southwest Winnipeg has the strongest performance. This is not Southwest Winnipeg. This is West Winnipeg. and it is not a good performer. So the Johnson report has an overall rate for suburban at 9.2%, and we thought this was fair because, as I mentioned, and this is on page 51. 15. This is different class types and medical users and miscellaneous users, and we do have some medical users. So we ended up using the total suburban rate of 9.2. At West Winnipeg would have performed better than, say, North Winnipeg or East Winnipeg, but not as good as Southwest Winnipeg. So this was, I believe that was a fair number. And the shortfall was very much off, but then again, our non-recoverable, it's very low, and our non-recoverables were high. So I left those as is, just changing the shortfall. Our new NOI is 327,338.
Can you repeat that? 327,388?
338, 327,338.
Then can you give me your shortfall number and your expense number, please?
Certainly. Shortfall was $10 a foot, 26,392 is the deduction. But I didn't write down the expense ratio, but I used 3% on that one.
So you're increasing your shortfall from your model?
I increased the shortfall, but I decreased the non-recoverables.
Okay.
So we went up on 6 on one, and then I think down approximately 10,000 on the non-recoverables. So it was an increase in income, because I was showing 364 above 364 is 26. 26. It was actually an increase, a decrease in the expenses of $8,000, so our NOI there was 294, and now it's 327. But yet the potential only increased from 372 to 401. So I was just trying to be fair here. The cap rate is unchanged, and the new number is 4091724. 4091724, rounded to 4092. I'll give you that expense number because I just have to read. It's 364,669 times 0.03 is 10,940, and that replaces both 16,931 and 6,772, changing the total sum of them to 10,940. All my software, Excel built-in spreadsheets turned into had to do this by hand. Sorry. Now the cap rate is an interesting topic, which I haven't really gone over because this is the first time today we've actually had a property of the type that Colliers tracks. The workup that the assessor provided for you that shows Colliers was a mistake. The person writing it at the time put in Q1 2022 instead of Q1 2023. We picked it up, and at that point, Colliers changed. As I mentioned, the person ultimately responsible to me, and not to write, but just to oversee and make sure that we get it right. Our cap rate is now done by going to our brokers and canvassing them, taking the numbers, compiling them, and then writing a narrative to accompany it. We will not change the numbers they provide because we're not out to have any sort of an issue. Now, the actual number for this period for suburban office was a range of 7.5 to 8.5. We've it's a good product for suburban office, but not the best. And the biggest shortfall on this property is anyone who's been in there is unless you know how to get in and out, it's very difficult. There's that entranceway that comes off the Portage Avenue exit that's just brilliant and great for using. And then there's a back lane. It's not a back lane anymore. They actually own the former rail track, which connects to St. James. But if you're just driving by Ness Avenue, try to get in and out, it's a horror story. And that's what's been a negative for them. And other than that, there's nothing really wrong with it. And we just felt that 8% in the middle point would be a fair number on it. Other than that, I will point out to you why I changed my rental rate. And if you go to page 5, and the error in the size, so you can add this up for yourself. This building is identified by F. So the first one on there is F110, pet value storage, and the rent in this case is 0, but the op costs are 21. So that's the CAM taxes, etc. And then you can follow those numbers down for the other properties. They range as high as 30, and but then there's one, if you look at F200, they're 32, but yet they're only recovering $1.50. So that tells you that their actual net is probably about $12 to $13. So you can see we now have, and then the one above it is $30 rent, 27 common area. It's such a mixed amount, and the dental one is 31 net with 11 recoverables. So the actual net is probably about $14, $15. And that's what I was struggling with to try to figure out. Carrying on to page 7 is the one that's at $14 plus 1965 recoveries. And I think that's probably one of the more reliable ones, followed by $15 at 22 recoveries, and then $16 at 24 recoveries. The problem with the recoveries, incidentally, it is about $20 a foot. The higher ones are for repayment of loans for TI, which is not income at all. It's money they borrowed and they spend it on their place, and it's a wasting amount of money. So following through on the F series, then you can get all the way to the end and add it up, and that's what I did, and I got, as well as the person who wrote this, and that's where we got our number from. Now, at this particular time, the one statement we have, there is a 2,800 square foot vacancy, which coincides with about 10% vacancy. I'm not sure what this period is, what statement that came from. Oh, okay. That's why we can't use this. This is April 1st, 25. So disregard the income. Everything I said about it, disregard. Just simply bear in mind that we have variable recovery rates and variable rents, but it's the size that's in here. And the assessors got a different one. So after you leave the F series, that's a different building, and I'm suspecting that our discrepancy of 1,126 square feet might come from inclusion of one of those sites mistakenly. I don't know. I was just wondering about the assessor's spreadsheet there on the incomes. If it's any more clear on the rents that they're getting. Yeah. For example, I'm now on the assessor's page 14, and there's 4 rates there: 15, 16, 14, 14.75, and the recoveries are all in the mid to low 20s. It's very crazy to try to analyze this. but which is why I did move upwards to 14. And then on the previous page, F series 15, 15, 13. And then there's a 29. I'm going backwards. I'm sorry about that. That's what I do. But that's only getting a recovery of $10 a square foot. The 32, it's only getting a recovery of $1.60. 29 with a recovery of 26 on the pet value. And then the insurance is 26, recovery of 28. Going backwards again to page 12, 0 plus recoveries of 21. So for every 0, there's a 28, but they seemed in my mind to fall into that 14 range, possibly 15 if I had some more time to look at this. I'm not saying it's what we did was perfect. I think the board should seriously consider putting a rate of, I wouldn't be opposed to a $15 rate. I just didn't have time to calculate it. I'm reading it again, and I think it should be higher. But so that would increase the value by, 14 divided by 15. I hope you don't mind there's too much verbal here. A 7% increase. So times 4.092. These are all linear equations. So 4,384,000. That verbally, I'm just throwing that out there. 4,384,000, and that would indicate a $15 rent. Now, anything else to say? It's a messy situation.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Poole, questions?
Yeah, before I start out, you had some contention with the roll being released at a certain rate from the assessor, and then the workup varying slightly, even though the assessor wasn't asking for the increase. In all of your briefs here today, you basically had a workup prepared by someone else and are making changes or reductions and want that credibly considered by the board. Why is it not okay for a slight variance from the assessor, but a large variance on your end?
Well, our process is much different. Our process is a review process to look for mistakes and correct them. Yours is not. Yours is just, this is what the computer spit out. This is what I got. We're entirely different. And secondly, the review process gives us a chance to attempt to come closer to the value, not try to posture for a higher value and say I'm a hero because I'm going lower. It's what we're supposed to be doing here is to get closer together on this. And if I see an opportunity or I see something that would do that, we do it. You heard me state earlier, I saw something we should have been lower on. I did not like that cap rate. I didn't change it because this is what the process of a revision is all about. It is about solving problems today and fixing the roll and getting on with it.
You would agree on your page 3, inclusive of your entire rent roll, that it is nearly 2.5 or almost 2 years post-reference.
And I said that as I read through it and said don't rely on that. And for numbers, just that the space is all there though.
Okay, so given you're the owner, your agent from the owner, we do have the proper rent roll in my brief. We do have for PGI 827,196 achieved. Can you tell me how much of that is on the subject, or how much of that is in the other more retail locations?
What pages are you referring to? Page
15 of my brief. It would be page 7 of the income and expense questionnaire.
Yeah, I'm not the faintest idea. See, because what these are categorized by is use. So they've got retail and office mixed in there. They don't have buildings in there. This has never been sold piecemeal. It's always been a one large development, and the impetus for splitting the rolls was not the owner's wish. It was Safeway and Shell who wanted their own rolls, and so it was done for them. But they've never changed their accounting.
That's the only question I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Poole. Ms. Werhun, questions?
Thanks, Mr. Neufeld. You threw numbers out. Are we going with your final assessment of $4,384,000 at $15?
That is my opinion, yes. And I've been doing this for a long time, and I know it was very, very quick, but it's probably within a much tighter margin of error than I had come up with the 4,092,000 after 20 minutes of work, and then 2 minutes work. I see 4,384 was a better number. All I did is I adjusted 14 to 15 and applied the linear 7% increase to the original, because that's the way the cap work formula works. It's all about change the percentage at the top, the percentage at the bottom changes. I think it's fair.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. No further questions, Madam Chair?
Thank you. I have no other questions also. So, Mr. Pohl, would you like
And
a
I have
submission?
no questions either.
Oh, sorry, Ms.
That's
Schultz.
okay.
Sorry,
Just
forgot
want
about
you
you.
to-
Sorry.
No worries. Just want to put on record.
Thank you. Mr. Pohl, summation?
No, other than, a small summation. We send an INE to the subject property. We get back the subject property embedded in a greater amount of property outside. Whether they can separate it or not, that's what we had to work with. It was what it is. I feel that on an unencumbered fee simple basis, unencumbered by these fee simple basis, that an assessed value of $5,579,000 is reasonable. I'm not asking for that. I'm just mainly asking for 585,000 to be confirmed. It's credible, it's on the market, and that's my ask today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pohl. Mr. Neufeld?
I'm sorry, I'm not saying this to be negative, really, but welcome to my world. We get stuff tossed on us and we have to be able to figure it out. And we always hear assessors say they didn't give us anything. Well, too bad, because go do your work. That's what appraisal is all about. It takes work, and you got to go dig and figure it out if you have a problem and not blame the client. I told you over the break I could figure out this, and probably if I have another 20 minutes, I'd give you a much more accurate number. What I've given you is, I think, pretty good indication of what it's actually earning. And the other thing is the cap rate. This does fall into a cap rate study analysis because it is a property an investor is interested in. Good location, couple of good covenants on there. Not this part of the strip, by the way, but the other part of the strip, because you got Safeway, you got Shell, you got the Liquor Commission, and those are good covenants. It's going to sell combined with them. 7.5 is the lowest you saw at this time from our office, and location deficiency is minor, and I would say probably 8%, because the room for growth for impulse buying, which is it's predominantly retail, is very limited. You don't get it. I think that's an extremely good analysis, and this is what I do for a living. And I'm sorry I couldn't have given you better details. I think it's pretty. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this number. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. That will conclude item number 7. I note that item number 8 has been withdrawn. So we will move on to item number 9. This is file number 25-183-155 Provencher Boulevard. And before we begin, Mr. Pohl, I note that your brief was submitted late.
Yes. Again, there was a couple that needed more time to be looked at. Part of this was under review. I spoke with Ayrton over this one. Was that this property is in transition, still in our area in office. Hence it comes to me, I'm in the office section. This building is being transitioned over to multifamily. It's being developed as such. And there was a bit of a problem generating a brief for this one because I was unsure how it was what we were looking at. So I had to investigate what was going on. Generally speaking, it's vacant land. It's been repopulated.
Don't go into your brief just right now. I'm not
No.
asking for that, just an explanation of why it was late. So there has been some discussions. You needed to look
Yeah.
into it in more detail, basically.
Yeah, and there's a supplemental coming that will be in effect for the full year of their appeal here today, so.
So a supplemental is coming. Okay, the panel will go in camera and consider whether or not we will hear the late evidence. Thank you. Thank you. The panel has agreed that we will hear the late evidence. So, Mr. Poole, if you could please proceed with item 9. This is file number 25183, 155 Provencher.
Okay, so roll number 06093480175155 155 Provencher, 2026 assessment is for 1,830,000. As I'll get into in a bit more depth, there was a post-reference sale. We're not looking at the sale, but there was a replat done for this, and I'll get to it in a moment. It was formed of 3 properties that were office properties that are now being merged into a multifamily property. So, if you look at page 2, it's the subject property as it replotted. We see that those buildings are there. Buildings are not there, they're gone. This is just pictures haven't been able to catch up with what was happening. So we have a assessed value of 1,813,000 at a square foot rate for land, works out to be $93.72 a square foot, and that is for 19,344 square feet. The totality of those 3 lots added up is the 19,000, a little over 19,000 square feet. So page 4 shows that the buildings are gone as of January 1st, or I should say it's currently that they are gone. Page 5 is the evidence we have from the lot conversion. Replat. On page 6 is the bill that's going there. Note the date. This has all been approved. It's a 95 residential unit building, and I believe there will be parking at the underground underneath the building, obviously, and there's another lot on Dublin which will also be surface parking on surface, which is just behind the property. So on page 8, we're just going through what the replot was, what the properties were prior. As you can see, 155 had a commercial building on it. Permit associated with a demo. Page 9, 157, commercial building on it. Demolition, demo. And then on page 10 was simply the lot next to it, which didn't really have anything on it, which is a big lot. So again, this was all commercial property being converted to multifamily. So that's why I needed to pause. What's going on? How far back is the supplemental going? What's the dates are in place, kind of thing. So on page 11 is what was released. As we can see, it was 1,113,000. So with everything that we know, again, I looked out and went, okay, what are we gonna, how are you gonna value this this land as it sits? Vacant land, it's decom land being rezoned to BRS2. It's clearly done, just working its way over from our area to a different area of the department. So how would you value it? The nearest comparable that I can find and the most appropriate comparable that you can find, which I'm resting on, is on page 12. It's a similar build. Purchased 2 years outside of the reference state in 2018, but again, right across the street. Developed on page 13 into a 45-unit residential apartment block. The density is somewhat less by about half. So if you're looking at it from a income generating perspective, you're gonna be able to build twice as much. That sale price should probably go up for that the subject property, because you can develop it more, you can get a higher rate of return on it. So the next page over, on page 14, is the permit for that build. Comparable, as you can see. So it is as similar as you can get as far as why it was acquired, the location right across the street, and what it's being developed into multifamily. The only difference is that it's about half the density or about half the density of what the subject property is capable of supporting. So with that, I feel that that comparison is most appropriate, although the square foot area, I should say the square foot rate per area is $53.67 a square foot. Again, dated back 5 or so years from the reference date. Plus, it's not capable of developing into a higher density as the subject property. It's still a very good indicator that if you can do more with the subject property at the rate that we have been at the land being at second here. At $93 a square foot approximately is reasonable. You're basically doubling your income. So you're gonna probably get around that, plus the time adjustment, maybe for land sales going up. Around $90 a square foot is reasonable. More questions?
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Sorry, do you disagree that there's work underway right now for construction?
I haven't driven down there. There might be on site and already starting to get up, possibly.
And you have it classed as 60T and it's zoned RMU.
And I spoke to it being transferred from one section to the other, so yes.
It's not what I'm asking. Is office permissible in RMU?
No, no.
Okay,
Well,
And-
basically, a small amount of it would be, but
all right. And do you know what the Boulevard Provencher overlay is?
sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, yeah, we're having problems. Do you know what the Boulevard Provencher overlay zone is?
No, I did investigate that. We're just simply doing
Okay.
VCOM or VRES
And-
and how you looking at it.
Do you know the work that Riel Enterprises does?
I didn't investigate that. I'm simply doing big plans still. Or
The-
big ones, but
The
it's-
comparable you brought forward was a mixed-use development, is that correct?
Yes, I believe on the main floor, mixed use, and then above 45 units for res.
Okay, and in that case, I believe the applicant was Qualico, is that correct?
I believe so. Yeah,
And you stated the rate for that. This is the only comp you brought forward, correct?
it's basically the same use, same sale purpose, same development. Just this one is half the density as the subject property.
Okay, just a sec. I'll get to that, but this is the only comparable you brought forward for land?
Yeah, it's the most suited.
Is
Yes,
it the only one?
I just said that 3 times.
I didn't hear it. Sorry. Okay, and this was 53.67 a square foot, sold in 2018, correct?
Yep,
What is this zoned?
pardon me.
Do you know the zoning of the one you brought forward?
Will it be multifamily now?
No, but which version of multifamily?
Sorry,
Like there's RMU, RMFL, RMFS, RMFM. Do you know?
no, I didn't bring that in for,
Okay.
might be on the permit.
Well, you said something about density, and so I was just wondering how you figure that out if you don't know the zoning.
Because it actually was built.
That's not what they sell
We
for.
don't have to speculate, it was built. We don't have to speculate about what the subject
No,
property.
no, no, no.
developed into.
Buildings sell for what the
Approved.
permissible density is, not for what they actually build. Now, and I can go through this later, but I'm just asking you about your evidence since you never checked on the zoning differences between the subject, which is RMU, and the minimum lot area per dwelling is 500, and your comparable, which could be anywhere from 400 to 1,200 square feet per dwelling unit. You don't have that information?
No, I don't have that.
Okay.
It's unnecessary at this point, considering they're both approved to be built.
No. Approved is not the question. What you're saying is the difference between actually built and permissible building. So you base this on what was actually built, not on what is permissible. Is that correct?
basing it on the facts of
Are you
sale,
basing it on what was actually built rather than what it was permissible to be built?
what actually was built.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Werhan, questions?
None at this time, thank you.
Thank you. I guess I don't have any questions right now either. I might come back to you though, Mr. Pohl, depending on what Mr. Neufeld's presentation is. So, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. First of all, I believe a class was appealed, and we are requesting this to be changed to the residential classification. You can see from our pictures, construction is underway, and October 15th picture, they're doing work. They got the piles in, and they've got the rezoning done, and that's the key. It was a C, I think it was a C1 zoned land, and you have to change it to RMU, and RMU then gives you, you're pretty much restricted to building. Well, RMU's got a bit of flexibility, a bit of retail is allowed, but it's basically a residential building, and 500 square foot is of areas required for every unit built. That's of land, and that can be changed by variance at requesting the city. The land is under the Boulevard Provencher overlay zone, which actually overrides these particular density requirements. So BPO, as we call it, allows for greater density in this particular neighborhood. And I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front of me, but 174 Provencher and 155 Provencher have the same density ability for development, permissibility. Whether you build it or not is not the issue, because when you put it on the market and you're trying to sell it, if you can get 500 square feet per unit from one, you can get it from the other. Therefore, the land is worth the same. And this is something that I guess it's second nature when you're dealing with the apartments, but it's something that has to be very. It doesn't seem to resonate with the assessment department. It's not the land area, it's the permissibility. How many units can you put up? Now, if you put up a very dense one because you have permission to do so, you're going to get a lesser rate per unit because people don't want to live in a prison. And if you have a very low density development, you're going to get more for it because you're going to have a bigger apartment and you're going to attract higher rents. So there is, it is a curve, but the key is to focus on this first. My point, though, is they're in the same Boulevard Provencher overlay zone. Regardless of what their zoning is, they are the same for the property rights. Now, why I mention Real Enterprise is because Real is set up by the provincial, federal, and city governments to encourage Francophone development. And they are pretty much leading all the development in this area for Francophone businesses. They have a plan in mind. Several of the lands have been turned over to them, including this property. No, sorry, not this property, the one across the street. They have a mandate to. They're a development organization, and the appointed by the city, the province, and the feds to promote Francophone business. They have a powerful voice in the Francophone communities, and I worked for them and for years, and they coordinate these things as well. So you're not going to see a different number because you think you can build more units at one than the other. There's some conformity here, and that has to do with knowledge of city planning. When we started looking at these, there's on page 3, and you can see that what we did is the work up there is sales of multifamily buildings, and these tend to be high density buildings. And what we do is break down. If you look at the first one, 28 Station, we've got a price per acre, a price per unit. Plan units 202. And land area and then the density. So the reason this one went for 3.2 million is because it should only have received, this is RMU, so it's 500 square feet per unit. So the actual density should have been about 150 units, not 202. But if you focus on the price per unit, there's a much greater consistency than the price per acre as you go through the ones we've got here of new builds. And at the end of the day, the rate was selected at 2.6 million. I didn't do this final workup, but I think that this is a fair number looking at these sales ranging 2.1 to 3.2 and how much density has been approved. And that works out to a value of 1,187,000. We have some other land sales listed below, and these are just for information only, because the ones below went for a variety of different uses, and just looking at these, and some of these weren't even multifamily. The other thing, so what we're looking for is a value of 1.187, 1,187,000, and we're requesting a class change to residential. And the page 6 has the approval, and you can see that they got some high density development on page 7, 201 square feet per dwelling unit. But with the additional dwelling unit, you're losing on price per unit. And the rest of this was just should have been deleted because it's not pertinent to it. So please ignore the rest of this, except for page 20. And page 20 is what I was saying about the multifamily developments, and the number to look at is the minimum lot area per dwelling unit. And you see RMU 5 at the bottom of it, RMU 500 going up, RMFL 400 all the way to S at 1250. And yeah, the numbers, S stands for small, L stands for large. So it's an inverse relationship. It's a bit confusing, but that's the key that we're looking at. So you improve your density to a higher density, you get a better price, but then your selling price per unit drops. The lowest I've ever seen is the Pemby Hotel, which got 193 square feet per unit because it's on the rapid transit-oriented development. That's another plan overlay. So these are what get approved, and the problem with these overlay zones, and especially Provencher, is that they allow less car parking because there's an assumption that more people are taking transit, which makes it quite difficult to attract high rents when you tell people we can't park your car. And the people on Dumoulin in the back lane are very opposed to this development. I'm speaking from experience because we've had a couple of projects that fronted on Provencher, backed on Dumoulin, and the residents were opposed to any multifamily development because they would have increased car parking on their site. So it's not necessarily a friendly project. I'm thinking the other side of the street, the north side of the street. This is the south side. This is where the Shell station was. But the other Boulevard Provencher plan overlay, which may be of interest to you, is that across the back lane, there were a lot of apartment developers who were buying house lots and converting them to parking. The city came down about 4 or 5 years ago and forced all those to be closed unless they had permission. No parking, no outside parking on those properties. So it's, when you talk about being a good piece of land or not, the Boulevard Provencher overlay is filled with lots and lots of issues. If you want your project to go ahead, you're going to play ball with the overlay. You're going to work with Riel Enterprises. And these are negative factors on value, not positive factors. That's our case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Poole, questions for Mr.
There's a
Newfound?
couple questions, and one doesn't necessarily relate to the brief, but you are aware that I informed Mr. Ayrton Newfield via email that there is a supplemental coming for mid-2025.
Yeah, we don't care because you're too slow. We need to push this along, and it hasn't been completed. We want that. You know what? This classification should have been changed a year ago, and we've run out of patience. So we want this pushed. We're not going to wait any longer.
Just to clarify, you quoted unquote, this one went for 3.2. Are you referencing the sale of the subject property?
Not at all. I'm referencing one of the comparables, 28 station.
Which comparable was 3.2?
28 station.
Which page was that on?
3. But you'll also
That's
know,
not 3.2. 25 station?
no, 25 was 2.4. 28 was 3.2.
3.25, okay. And just to confirm that the agreement between purchase price and subject property, that was post-reference, that wasn't prior? And can be considered?
We were told it was post-reference, so we're not discussing it.
Well, the question I had, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rippon?
None, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
May I request a 5-minute break?
Yeah, when I'm done my questions?
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Let's just finish up this property and I might be done. And then, of course, okay, Mr. Neufeld, this property is under construction now, but there, as of the reference or whatever, it's not got a building on it that's ready for occupation yet?
That's correct.
Okay. How do you interpret the assessment regulation related to the classification of property?
Well,
with respect to how it's
I'm
how it should be classed?
I'm glad you asked that because I forgot to discuss it. It's really administered ad hoc, and I can say with some certainty that when we have two things in our hand, a zoning change and a development approval, there's no resistance to changing the class. There are times when both haven't been met, that the assessor will wait until ground is broken. That's the latest date, is when ground is broken. But just to put it in perspective, and generally we work with the city and we ask for it and there's no problem. I think the last one I did was the one across the street from me, where the new keg is going in, and it was going to be predominantly residential. They hadn't even broken ground. They'd got planning approval. They went bankrupt, and I asked for it to be changed to residential, and the department agreed. The Winter Club, it was still had the tennis courts on it, but the plan had been approved, and the assessor agreed. I think there's probably a couple of factors in it. Is this a serious application? And have they gone through all the approval processes? In this case, we had an additional thing. We needed a zoning change, and they got the zoning change. So it should, if you have vacant land and it's zone C2, I'd have a harder time. But if you have vacant land and the zoning's been changed to RMU, it should be done, because the zoning is going to tell you right away that your value as vacant is now residential. That's why we had no hesitancy in filing this one.
Just a quick question for Mr. Poole. Mr. Poole, from the assessment department's perspective, when is a classification changed in this type of?
Typically when the use is going to be going towards that, and clearly the use is going to be that. It's just a matter of being changed. I mean, literally, as I was looking at it, it was being worked on. So, there's argument of a large parcel, could it be one zoning or another? In this case here, there really is no speculation. It's going to multifamily. available.
And so, Mr. Pohl, when you say it's being worked on, does that mean the assessment department is changing it?
I already made that clear to Eric Newfeld that mid-2025, I'm not sure the exact date, but mid-2025, there'll be a supplemental being released, which completely nullifies this.
Okay, well, yeah, there's
But
another
though I've been trying
factor.
to save time by saying, hey, it's being worked on. Clearly, I looked into something and it was in the moment being worked on. I talked with both one supervisor, the other supervisor talked with the other one. Yes, it's going to be released. I thought we could save some time because it's going to be a null roll. It makes no sense to continue on, but if you wanted to do
Well, here we are, we're here. We're here. So that's my question. Is this being changed? And it's just a matter of it's in process, something else is coming down the pipe and this one will go away? Like it will supersede this no matter what?
Yeah, exactly. Good word. Yeah, exactly what this is a null roll. Basically, it's going to be subbed and you will replace it. So it will supersede with a supplement.
And when did you say, like you say mid-2025, but can you give me a time, a
It's
month?
either June or July. It's up to, I guess, that supervisor to determine if it's.
So
June.
in 2026, this will be issued a sup
Yeah, exactly.
that will apply to the 2025 year?
It'll be the 2025 year and 2026 year because it'll be supplement for each roll year.
Sorry, I just had something to add to this. Now, what hasn't been mentioned is the ability of the city to issue supplementals, and it's restricted to the current year -1. So if they manage to take their time and issue it in 26, they can only go back to 25. If you'll note my page 7, this was approved in 2021. So we believe that they should be going back as of today to at least 2024 for the class change. And I know this board does not have that authority, but as a taxpayer, we got limited capabilities to push this issue and get them to act on it. This is a catalyst to make them act sooner rather than later before we lose a year.
Mr. Pohl, do you have a response to that?
Trying to be nice. We clearly said it would be June or July in our email, 2025. I can't remember if it's June or July, depends on the supervisor, but that is encapsulating all of 2026 is what's under your appeal here today. So it doesn't matter if it was a number of years even before that was your argument. We're just dealing with the 2026.
But I think Mr. Neufeld's point is in 2026, the sup with the class change can only go back to include the 2025 tax year. And he's saying, but if we deal with it now, it will apply to the 2024 tax year.
No, you can't do 24. We know that.
Oh, sorry. Ed, have I got that wrong?
No,
Just go back to 2025.
We're attempting to use this process to speed up the city. That's all we're doing. And I know it's a bit of a workaround, but it's all we got.
Okay, Mr. Pohl, do you wish for summation?
No, there's no need for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld.
Nope, good, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Pohl has asked for a 5-minute recess, so let's recess for 5 minutes and then we'll come back and finish up. Thank you so much. I'd like to call our meeting back to order. Now return to our agenda. We're dealing with item number 10. This is file number 25-239, 1963 Henderson Highway. Mr. Pohl, when you are ready with your evidence, please.
1963. You said 1863. It's 1963. Sorry to interrupt.
Correct. 1963 Henderson Highway. Thank you.
Okay, we all do it. I do a lot. Roll number 0400725585. So the address is 1963 Henderson Highway. The 2026 assessment is for $1,325,000. I am making a recommendation. I believe it's been accepted at $1,089,000. I can get confirmation on that. I can go through the recommendation.
perhaps you can just give us some of your detail and then we'll request confirmation.
So may I
Or
have the
approval.
file number again, please? Sorry, I was
Sorry, yeah,
getting
25-239.
thanks.
Mr. Paul, your recommendation?
1,098,000.
Sorry, 98 or 89? I have it recorded.
1,098,000.
98,000. Thank you. Could you give us just a couple details about that, please?
Sure. Building was built in 1979. It was heavily renovated. It was a former, I'll give you the Coles notes here. It was a former a VSG, was been converted over to more of a retail feel with a storage warehouse. If you look on page 5 is the workup for the best portion of it. On page 6 is for the storage portion of it. If you look on page 7, all parameters for the recommendation will be the same, with the exception of the capitalization rate being 6.25, which capped the net operating income of 68,629, yields the 1,098,000. If you look over on my page 8, indicates where the subject property is located on Henderson. And degree of significant change that did occur. They did a nice job in here. Converted it over to clearly a kitchen and bath kind of renovation work. And in the back, you have obviously your trade, your contractors, storage, and what you would need for back there. So we look at the subject property leases. We see what it is on page 17, and the leases that are in place are on page 18. On page 18.
Okay.
So with that, I believe the recommendations have been accepted.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, I have a verbal recommendation to reduce the assessment to $1,098,000. Do you accept the recommendation?
Yes, it was. We were informed, Mr. Pohl, yesterday. One of my colleagues informed him that we would accept the number.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before we move on, Ms. Schultz, do you have any questions about the recommendation?
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Werhun. Questions about the recommendation?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you, and nor do I. So thank you so much. Item number 11. This is file number 25-184-134 Plaza Drive. Mr. Pohl, when you are ready, please.
Roll number is 0305401900. Civic address is 134 Plaza Drive. We have a 2026 assessed value of $4,700,000. Property was built in 1986. Pardon me. It's been a day.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's done a lot of talking there.
I'll take a note.
Yeah.
The zoning is currently C2 community. Land area is 129,324 square feet, so it is a big area. Leasable area is 21,066 square feet. Before we go through it, if we can turn to my page. 26 shows the location. It's on Plaza, which is adjacent to Abinoji-Mikina, and it's just heading where the bridge over the red is. So the original build is the one we are currently valuing. We're valuing the property as it sits. We're also putting value to the excess land that's to the east. So from that point, we'll go to the income expense questionnaires. We see that the current property owner is 134 Plaza Drive Inc. We see they have a lease in place. The lease in place is on the next page, which is Mennonite Central Committee. And it is a 1-year lease, 2022 to 2023. I believe it's for $8.70. And this is a hold of the former owner. I believe they were the former owner. This property was purchased, so I will get to that point now. But again, $8.70 on a almost a month lease, but I had 12 months. So getting on to page 3, we have the sale questionnaire. Page 2, there is a sale in June 13th, 2022 for $6.38 million. Sworn value at $6.38 million, and the sale price obviously the same. I'll go through the sales questionnaire that was provided to the assessment department. Line 1, the sales price shown was the actual price paid. Yes. On what date was it done? March 11th, 2022. So it is not post reference, right at the reference date, or close enough to the reference date. This was an arm's length sale. Yes, it was. Was their opinion? Was their market value appraisal done on the report? Time of purchase? Yes, at 6.41. And then as we go down, indicates that at the time of sale it was office, indicates that it was good, doesn't indicate there's any changes that are coming. And then on the next page over, it was paid in cash down. So right away, that should trigger, the assessor to put on his thinking cap and what's going on. At the same time, this was listed for a while. We have the listing, it's through Colliers. That's the complete listing. The offering as is such, the next page. There's considerable redevelopment potential for this property. You look on page 9. Highlighted, or might not be highlighted in your briefs, might not show up, and there's second paragraph in. Understanding of site capacity. With the location of the site, the potential to achieve density above typical RMF zone L zoning has a higher likelihood than most sites. The proposed site count between the east and west buildings over 450 units. And then it shows a picture of what it could potentially be developed into. Clearly, you're not keeping the original building on site for that purchase price. Their redevelopment is being considered in context with the selling of this property. So when I'm looking at it, any potential investor buying this as it was offered wouldn't pay over $6 million for the building that's there and the income that can be generated on site. Having said that, we're not valuing it on the potential change. We're valuing it as the site sits. So as the site sits, we have the older building on it. We're valuing it as such. But there did need to be some explanation as to why there was a sale on it, because it, quite frankly, you would never buy this building that's there on site as it sits for that purchase price. So with that, I listed the complete ad. And of course, this no longer available as it was purchased. So getting to the actual workup for the subject property. You see on page 21 is our same OFS comparables around the general citywide. We see that it is at, again, $15 for an average, weighted average at $15.31 and a median of $14.98, so around $15 for 100 comparables and over 322,000 square feet leasable area. When we go to page 23, the workup of the property, we see the average rent rate that we have on the property at 21,066 square feet is $13.27 a square foot, which produces a PGI of 279,646. Vacancy at 6% gives us an effective gross income of 262,867. Expenses at 3%. Shortfall at $8 gives us a net operating income of 244,869. The overall capitalization rate applied is 6.6%, which gives us 3,710,136. Then we also have the additional land value, which is to the, again, parcel, half the parcel, which is to the east. And we have that at 990,000. In context of the sale, you see what it was sold for. 6,380,000, given that we only had 990,000 on the actual portion of the property. The sales is a very good indicator that that is at least worth 990,000. So at that rate, I think it's conservative value. It's 4.7 million as the property sat without putting into, we're not valuing it what it could potentially go into or what it might be. We're simply valuing it at how the property sits at the reference date. So 4.7 million is I wish we could earlier today.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Pohl. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes, on page 1, you state the zoning is C2. How often is this updated in your system?
As far as a change of zoning,
Yeah,
usually they stay the way they are until there's a change of use.
well, how do you get notified that the zoning has changed?
Well, that would come through PP&D.
Yeah, is this an automatic process?
I don't change the zoning. I don't think that comes through PP&D and whatever development they approve.
Okay. So you're not aware that it has been changed to RMFL then?
I said I'm not valuing it as.
That's not my question. You're not aware that it's been changed to RMFL?
No, not from my perspective, no.
Okay. And you are aware that office is not a permissible use in RMFL?
Typically, no, unless it's a minor component of a larger build.
RMFL, no, I think it's just a flat out no. But anyway, but you're substantially correct. You were talking about the sale, but I take it you didn't look through to see what the proposed use was and the density or anything of the sort?
Other than the listing, no, I did not do any further investigation. It was pretty clear to market what was potential. All you
Okay,
have to look also is for the other development nearby. It's conforming along the riverbank. You would think that it would be developed into something similar, if not exactly similar. With highest density being obviously you're as a developer, you would most likely want that. You wouldn't keep the original building on site for what they purchased it for. It just wouldn't make any sense.
right, but you're not aware of the activity surrounding the future development of this then?
I'm not valuing it as such. I'm
No,
valuing
I
it.
just asked you if you're aware.
No.
Okay. I'm just looking at this page 3 and see if there was anything on here saying that they'd planned to do anything on it. Where would that question typically be asked?
It'd be at the bottom, property characteristics. I have it highlighted yellow.
Okay.
They're highlighted in your pages.
Yeah, I know. I'm reading it. And they said, "Do you intend to demolish any of the structures?" And they answered, "No."
I know. I know.
It's funny. So this
it's
was
pretty clear, unless you want me to do a cap rate on.
No.
It's
We're just trying to track this down. And do you know who this owner, the real company behind 101-34187 Manitoba is?
No, for this exercise, I'm valuing it as it sits.
Okay.
Potential
So you weren't aware it's Ventura Homes then?
No.
Okay. Not even when they signed it at the bottom. Kim Brown, VP Finance, kim@ventura.mb.ca.
Well,
And I'm not.
they're a developer, clearly they're a developer,
yeah,
but I'm
no,
not
yeah.
speculating into getting into what they're developing into.
No, that's fine.
Looking at the original building and
no,
the next
no.
plan.
We're just out to some bit discovery here, not really interested in now on here it says 2.97 acres.
Which page are you looking at?
the brochure, and you've got 5 point, oh, that's land to plan area. I'm sorry, I'm reading that wrong. So this is 129, 324. Okay. So that's 2.96 acres. I was missed my mistake there. Sorry, just give me 1 second here. Okay. Just bear with me in 1 second. I noticed okay. I don't have any more questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Werhan, any questions for Mr. Poole?
None at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, Mr. Poole. You've added an additional $990,000 for the excess land. So you're suggesting that that excess land can be developed separate from the other piece where the building is?
It could potentially be, obviously, but what I'm saying is with the purchase of the property, and obviously the ad that was being offered, you're not going to keep that there. You're going to develop the whole site. It would make no sense whatsoever to keep that building there. It just couldn't generate the income to justify the purchase.
Okay.
So to me, the entire site is developable. They're just, whether it happens or it happening soon or wait a couple of years, I don't know, but the former property is in there on almost a month-to-month basis. They're on a 12-month term. And it's at $8.70. So that indicates that there's a bit of a hole. Maybe they're getting planning done, maybe they're getting stuff approved. In the meantime, the former owner is now the tenant occupying it. But there's no way that I would see this property continuing forward as it sits. But we simply are evaluating it as it sits because nothing's changed yet.
Oh, okay. Sorry, going back to my track, you've added this extra additional charge or amount to the assessment. Looking sort of forward into Mr. Neufeld's, he did not. So I want to understand why you did that and on what basis you arrived at the 990.
Handling this appeal prior and other assessors after verifying with other assessors, my understanding is the argument that section as it sits couldn't be developed from their perspective. From our perspective, it can be and should be added to the assessable value. Given that there is actual transaction north of 6 million, we know that if you split that in half, it's around 3.2 for that section. It's about roughly half the parcel. So at 990,000, it's very reasonable. You're at about a third of what actually was achieved. So by definition, the actual sale it proves that out that is developed.
Okay, I'm not quite sure I understand you, but
Like, I'm not asking to take half of it and put, say, a 3 million or north of $3 million excess land for that half a parcel. What I'm saying is model came up with just a little under $1 million. Clearly, the entire parcel was bought for redevelopment. So the land value itself is about 6.38, minus the cost of demolition of the building, obviously. When we only have just a little under $1 million onto that parcel of land, the excess land, which is about half, that's very conservative. So it should prove out, the actual sale proves out that there is developmental potential and high developmental potential on this site.
yeah, it was more about the methodology as like you have a different approach than Mr. Neufeld. He can probably explain this in a different way from his perspective. So maybe I'll leave it at that and we can address it again with Mr. Neufeld's presentation. Okay, Mr. Neufeld.
Wow, this is going to be that simple. This, first of all, I'll tell you what happened is that I was away on holidays and this was submitted, and this is not correct at all. Yeah, you think I'd have another story for you? No, of course not. No, I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean somewhere, so I couldn't file it from there. But the fortunately for us, the assessor made an error on his workup, calling it C2 land. So I submitted something to indicate as rebuttal, because it's fair, that the land has been rezoned to RMFL. And so it's in the rebuttal. And this actually happened in 2024. I don't know why it never got updated. But what we can look at on my evidence is on page 24. So this is a principal use table, and there's a column marked RMF. It's pretty close to the middle. These are the residential bulk standards. And if you look down the column to the office section, there's call center, office, research, and none of them are marked. It is not permitted. Now, earlier the assessor said, oh, some office is permitted. Now that would be an RMU. That was the property we just heard, and you can see there's a P asterisk, and then you have to go, of course, look at the specific standards, which is number 87, which we'll talk about an amount that is allowed. Not relevant to this. They are not permitted at all. So the property as it stands today is an illegal use. Now, because it's been vacant for 3 years, you don't get a non-conforming, which is like a grandfather clause to it. If someone had moved in and taken over and kept running the got the rezoning, and then ran the same operation, which would be a missionary, a charity operation, and sale of world trade goods, yeah, you can keep that use. But they didn't keep it. It's gone. So you can only have RMF in there. And RMF has, as I mentioned, the 3 standards, and that's back on page page 17, SML. So this one happens to be RML. And that's 400 square feet per unit. What that means is the acreage that they have, which is the 129,000 square feet, they would divide that number by 400, and they would be permitted 322 apartment units on that land. And a very strange thing is that part of this property actually goes underneath the water line, but you're allowed to use that for your density approval. You can't build on it. You still have to set back 300 feet, and that's not an issue because they can do it, but you can use it for your density. Now, when the sale occurred, they thought they were getting 493 units on it, a density of 256 square feet, not 400. And that was the initial go around with PP&D. Since then, when it hit community committee after the sale, they reduced that to a number of 372 units or 346 square feet per unit. So they purchased it on the basis of having a higher density, higher value, riverfront, and they ended up getting chopped by about 20%. And that's why we're not really looking at the sale at all. Now, because this was all done, the rezoning was done in 2024, as the rebuttal evidence shows. The application for a subdivision was made January 1st, 2024, and the approvals were made during the year 2024. The delays happened in 2025 when they cut back the density. That's what stalled the project. And a subsequent issue that's happened after that, they now have to worry about something called intensification. So right now, the city of Winnipeg does not have adequate service capacity in all parts of our city. And sometimes it's water, but it's mostly sewer. And we've seen at least 6 cases where even though there's approval for development, Waste and Water won't give them servicing. And that's where they're sitting now, is to find out if Waste and Water is going to give them servicing. Under infill, they get it, but under intensification, they don't, because they're going from one office where they flush the toilets a couple of times a day to 372 apartments, use a lot more water and sewer. That's the hold on it right now, but it's been approved and it's been rezoned. And we're waiting for Waste and Water to show up. Under that basis, here's complicates the matter even more. We're waiting for the titles to be changed as well. So this today is a difficult day. Once the titles are split, this whole assessment is null and void, and we have to deal with the new ones. I guess I'm still going through the process because I want to accelerate the process with the city. Even if they do a subdivision and a new assessment, when the Mylars come out, we would still like them to go back in time for the old assessment and change that to a residential class. We appealed class. Is my only request today. Just change the to residential class because the zoning was approved in 2024. The board today does not have the power to go back in time. And this is me prodding the assessor to just do what's fair. And a question earlier, you asked a question, the board asked a question about when do they do it. They do it. We have several properties where they are doing it, as I said, when the development is approved, when the zoning is changed. I mean, in this case, there's an office on it that can't be used anymore. So it's clear that there's going to have to be a change. There has to be a demolition. It goes without saying. You have Ben Sure making the application, who are a recognized home builder, and is turned over to Carrington, who have 8 projects on the go right now. So my hope is that the city goes back to 2025 at least, and actually to one date in 2024 when the zoning was changed, and I sent you that, and change that classification. This building, I know there are people in it. I actually voted in there on the advanced poll, but that's not a permanent use. That's what's called a accessory use. And on my, just if you want to see where that fits in, on page 26 and 27, there's a list of accessory uses. And let's just see, there's office in here. Office, accessory is a minor use. Office service area or building, RMF is permitted, an accessory use. So that means there's a ratio that they'll include in it. It's fairly small, but that's all I really want is to change the class. I don't care about the value. It's in flux. It'll change. It's less than 6 million. just we don't, because they lost their density. But you know, obviously we'd like to see the project get started and going, and then be able to resolve those issues later with it. But for today, we're fine with just the class change.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Pohl, questions?
Just a couple of questions. Colliers facilitated the sale of the property, the listing and sale of the property.
We listed it.
You didn't facilitate the sale between purchaser and vendor?
We represented the vendor. I'm not sure. I don't believe we represented the purchaser.
Right. Given that it's within the reference date and close enough within 3 years, why didn't you do an analysis on the actual sale?
Analysis of what?
The sale.
Oh, because it was
Appraiser within 3 years of evaluation date, you're to review L sales. Part of your
Oh.
QSPOP. You
Yeah,
haven't
yeah,
reviewed sales.
I'm not doing a QSPAP reliant report here. I'm on a consulting analysis. So don't get your standards mixed up. This is a consulting standard I'm working under. And regardless, a review of the sales was done. It was purchased for a redevelopment for an apartment. I presented that information. That is what's called a study. We report it.
I'm going to address the rest of the summary.
And sorry, I'm just going to object to this whole line of questioning about standards. You've got no idea what our standards are, and I don't really care for groundless, baseless accusations on something you don't know anything about. I've already had 2 of those from your department, and they were all quashed and kicked out because they were frivolous.
Okay, let's move past that. Mr. Pohl, any other questions?
No, I'll address the rest of the summary.
Thank you. Ms. Werhun,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Schultz?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Neufeld, you're saying you're not contesting the value. It's simply class change.
That's correct.
Again, this, it's got a zoning change. We have not seen your rebuttal evidence. We'll see it next. We'll see
Okay.
it next,
Okay.
not yet.
Okay.
And you want it to be rezoned to a class residential 2 or 20.
20, yes.
Right. Has there been any plans or anything submitted as to
Yeah,
this?
there were plans that were submitted, and they're being redrawn because they were drawn to the higher density of the 493 units. And so they're redrawing them to 372 units. And I'm looking right now at the decision making on when they made the changes. That was dated September 23rd, 2024. And that's when they changed, reading here, a density of 346 square feet per unit. And they also specified 180, a much lower parking ratio.
Did you submit those plans or anything like that with your evidence?
I did not get an opportunity to do so. I was away, but I think that the rezoning speaks to it quite clearly. It has a sketch, and the sketch is actually for a subdivision approval, and it shows that they're currently RMFL in 2024, and now they're being requested to be changed to 2 parcels, both RMFL.
Okay.
And then I checked planning today just to see, and actually they're still showing it as C2 on their map, but I imagine it's just out of date.
Okay, and have you requested the department change the classification?
No, I did not.
And Mr. Pohl, do you have anything in this type of circumstance?
Oh, sorry. No.
Go ahead.
I take that back. I contacted Mark Colatruglio in June, and before I filed these, and I asked Mark because he's the guy who's going to do it, and he's sorry, I'm too long a day. He's the head of residential or multifamily, and I said we've got 3 properties: the Provencher, the Plaza, and there's another one. I'm not sure. It might have been Center, and I said, "Can you change these classifications?" And he says, "Well, I'm getting on it. I'm getting to it." And I said, "Oh," and I responded. I said, "Look, I really need these changed here, and otherwise I'll have to file an appeal, and I don't want to file an appeal." And he, I'm not critical of him at all. It's just that he couldn't get around to it, so I filed the appeals. So hopefully Mark's listening and just speed it up and pour some fire on him to get him rolling. This will happen. It's obvious that will happen, and what bothers me is it's the holding cost. You know, someone who's developing an apartment and he's paying taxes on a holding cost, and he's holding it because he's waiting for development approval because of changes and a very lengthy process, sometimes 3 years. So in this case, you're the difference in $5 million dollars on the tax side is going to cost them about $60,000 a year to hold land that's going to be apartment that's being taxed as commercial. And that shouldn't happen. They should be quicker.
Okay, and Mr. Poole, you indicated there will be a supplementary?
At one point in time, if it does get changed, if their building is great or whatever they build, there will be through PP&E an approval process. But we're way ahead of, you're putting the cart before the horse kind of thing. Nothing's been approved at PP&E. I checked for plans. There's been no permits been approved.
DAV 144204.
Okay, I'd like to hear
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Poole and
I'm
then,
rude.
thank you.
So I looked, part of this was my duty. You would have seen it just like you saw for the other ones.
No, I'm just asking a question about, do you know where it's at in the process?
No, I don't. As far as I can see from my desk, nothing has been approved yet. So
Okay,
that's where we're at. We're buying the property as it sits.
okay, and Mr. Neufeld, you were saying?
DAV 144204/2024D, which is 2024, along with the DASV 12024.
And what are those?
No, the first number represents the file number, like DASZ is a rezoning application. The one represents the first one of the year for the PP&D. 2024 is the date. The
So there has been a request or something?
I'm sitting in front of reading the approval at City Community Committee.
And
the other one.
What was that request for approval about?
That was about the development density change.
Okay.
No, so the DASZ is zoning, and the other one is the DAV, which is the variance for the density. That one is just they don't date those. The DASZs, the zonings, it's sequential. So it was the first one of the year in 2024. They had to do both, a variance and a rezoning. Rezoning went through, and that's in the rebuttal. And the DAZ, I'm on the city's decision-making site, and I was going back in time to see when the first time it was brought up, but actually I can search this just by looking at DAV 144204 and see when it was approved. So council October 24th, 2024.
That was for the zoning?
No, that was for the variance on the density. The zoning is a different process. So council decision that dedication is paid, that the plan be amended in accordance with numbers I gave you before. Developer required a servicing agreement and contingent on that the Winnipeg zoning bylaw be amended by rezoning the subject land to an RMFL. So that was City Council, October 24th, 24. That was done. And then the rest of it is just the requirements of the planning for providing the appropriate information and agreements. So that's our operative date, October 24th, 2024.
Okay. You indicated you had rebuttal.
Yes.
We need to get that distributed to us. So if you can just hold tight a minute.
Madam Chair, I've placed the applicant's rebuttal in your folder,
Okay.
but I need to print it for the assessor. Oh, you do have it. Okay, great.
Okay, let us get it. I guess I better exit out of here and reopen. Okay. Does everybody have the rebuttal?
Yes.
Ms. Werhan, do you have it? Oh, you're muted, I'm sorry.
I'm just looking for it. I'm not sure where she put it.
It's towards the top. It's the very top one in my file. It says rebuttal.
Yeah, mine's at the
Rebuttal
beginning.
applicant.
Okay, I've got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld?
Right. So this is the first reading at City Council on this is the zoning. See DASZ 12024.
Yeah.
And there's the picture below. So what they were doing is changing existing land, and reading below, it says not on page, second page, second page, showing the lands designated in the plan below as RMFL are hereby zoned as RMFL.
Right.
Because this is the subdivision. So
Okay.
they were RMFL, they're being changed to RMFL and a subdivision. And you can see what they've done with the lots as they're making two. One's going to be riverfront with an access road off Plaza, and the other is going to be frontage on Plaza. The last page says that the first reading was November 2024, and I just was going to look forward here just to see what if there is a second reading or anything of the sort. But my understanding from talking to the ownership is that this is sitting with PP&D right now.
So you're not sure if this bylaw was passed?
Oh no, the bylaw was passed. It's being processed with PP&D. That's
When was the date it was passed?
What's this date? This one's November. This is the one from November. Wait a sec, I have to look up this one, a different one. EASV 12024. It's not coming up. DASV 1. Okay, well, I put it in the decision-making system, and I'm not getting any. No documents match this. I wonder if I have to do capitals. Great. No, I don't know. It's not coming up.
Okay.
Oh, maybe bylaw. Our civic system is wonderful. Okay. Okay. This goes to so how quickly everything works. So this one I sent you was signed in November 21st, 24. So the latest excerpt in it was further to our memo dated November 12th, 2024, bylaw number 1352024, proceed first reading on November 21, 24. We wish to advise that we have received instructions from the Director of Planning, Property and Development that this bylaw can now be given second and third reading. And there was a minor change to reflect a dike required on lot 3. But a second public hearing is not required. And it is being placed before council for second and third reading October 30th, 2025. So it's stuck in the system, waiting for it to proceed. I guess that's why it doesn't show up in anyone's So what I asked Mr. Poole earlier, of course, is completely correct what he answered. It hasn't shown up. It's sitting in PP&D.
Okay. Mr. Poole, any questions on the rebuttal?
Well, generally speak, Hazel Boris is the Director of Planning Property Development. She hasn't authorized it. Neither has the mayor or the city clerk.
Is this a question?
I'm just confirming that none of this has been authorized. Been legally reviewed, but it hasn't been authorized by all three parties. Correct?
It's been authorized by PP&D and recommended by PP&D, and we're waiting for the lawmakers to have it placed in front of them to be ratified.
Fair enough. I'll get the rest in submission.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time, thank you.
Ms. Werhan, questions?
None, thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions either. Mr. Poole, do you have any rebuttal evidence?
No, I don't.
Okay. Would you like an opportunity for summation?
Yes, generally speaking, what the agent is asking, appellant is asking, is significantly putting the cart before the horse. And nothing's been approved at PP&D, authorized through the city council to be approved. We wait until it's been done, whether it's been construction's been completed or a good significant portion of it where we can go back a certain amount of time. Nothing has been touched to the property, been purchased. It's going through the development or redevelopment phase. We shouldn't be making any changes yet. Nothing's changed to the property. This could all fall through. It could sit as it sits now for a significant amount of time, several years, or it could be shoveled in the ground sooner than later. We're not dealing with it in the proper context as far as timing. I think the property should be valued as I recommended to the board as it sits. And with that, I'll wait on your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Mr. Neufeld.
Well, I think Mr. Poole admitted his experience in this matter earlier, and I provided you mine. This is an ad hoc procedure, but there's no consistency because you've just heard evidence of another one, same owner, by the way, at 155 Provencher. Shovels are in the ground, piles are in the ground, and the city hasn't done anything about it. There is no way other than poking and prodding and getting them to go ahead and change it. This is not unreasonable. The problem here is not the owner who's causing this. It's unfortunately our system takes too long to get these things processed, and it drives business away. I will tell you my famous joke, not famous, but my joke. In Winnipeg, it takes 3 to 5 years to get development through the process. Who can afford the waiting time? That's why people go to the rural municipalities. They call the rural municipalities on Monday and they say, well, we got a meeting tomorrow, come to it. And on Wednesday, they've got their approval. And so, the system is unfairly penalizing and prohibiting development because of their system. That's and to say that the developer's not serious, look at the money they slapped down for this. They are dead serious. It's not going to go away and go to something else because they're committed. So generally, we have these discussions not in the board of revision. Generally, we have them with the appropriate supervisor, and we've always obtained very fair answers, and that's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. That will conclude item number 11. Now we're going to circle back to item number 5. There was some consideration about adjourning this matter to a later date. Mr. Neufeld, do you wish to proceed now?
No answer from the new owner. I thought he'd answer quicker. So please adjourn it, and we'll get something in the next couple of days.
Okay, so item number 5, this is file number 25307 317 Donald, will be adjourned to a later date.
Can I get
So-
clarification as to why? I know no one's informed me as to why.
Because we're dealing with a different owner, Mr. Pohl. We've now heard all items scheduled and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Pohl and Mr. Neufeld, for your presentations today. We very much
you.
appreciate it.
We aim to entertain.
Thank you.
I'll go end the feed, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.